the last time, the Olympics rather, it shows that she has a lot in her kitty, and this is how she gets to bring out that dominance and supremacy, over other African giants, So I think certainly we'll definitely get out of that group comfortably. But looking at the other, the likes of Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, and what have you, I think they could pose a threat for us, but not a threat that I don't see the Tigers going through. I think is the tournament is theirs to lose, because for me, I think they are the best team so far. So these are players that have proven a lot, and they want to prove a lot. The veteran of the side, the veteran in the side is she's not Victoria. That's Victoria Macaulay. Even as she added 13 points, 4 defensive rebounds and all that, and 2 offensive bounds. She has been reliable over the years. Her experience she brought into the side and all that. So I think the tournament is for the Tigers to lose. They are the best side in the continent when it comes to basketball, and they've shown it. Not just dominating the African terrain, they went to the Olympics and made a point. That's the thing. So it's about continuity, and they've continued since then up until now. Unlike the Tigers, where they finished on podium, and then the following competition, that's the next season, in the BAL, they couldn't give a replica of what they did, the previous season. The Tigers have continued the journey, so I think they are the best team in this in the FIBA tournaments. Hopefully they get to win it, but for me, I think it's theirs to actually lose.
Maybe for the Tigers, you can make an excuse that a lot of the legs or hands you expect to be there don't usually get to come because of the issues as regards the NBBF and how administration has been an issue as regards our national basketball teams. Even the women have their own fair share of issues, but somehow the girls come out. But if coming over to you, how key is it to have a full roster this time around compared to the 8 to 10 Rena Wakama had last time? You have a full 12 woman roster, and it's your best hands. Barring Vera Ojenuwada is just coming in for the first time. I mean, every other name is well known and have been AfroBasket champions before. I mean, how key would that be for Rena Wakama in the AfroBasket championship this year?
There is nothing as sweet or better than having your whole squad in a tournament. We saw that for Nigeria when you look at our players not yet in camp, and we know how it affects them because they don't get enough training with the team, and because of that we see little of them in the team. But now we've got the whole bunch: Emi Okonkwo, Kunai, Elizabeth Balogun, Ifunanya Okoro, Promise, Vera, Musa, Blessing Ejiofor, Izine Kalu, big name, Victoria Macaulay, Nicole Nabosi. Everybody's around. You say maybe we didn't have enough time to train, we didn't have enough time to practice, and that's something that we thought was going to affect them, because they needed enough you say pre-season, or needed enough friendlies to play before the tournament, which we didn't get. They arrived in Cote d'Ivoire late, but they were still able to give their utmost performance, to give you 100% there. And this is why you need everybody. You need the whole 11, because yes, we know basketball is different from football, and now you can make as much changes as you want, but it's a game of 42 minutes. You don't want everybody to play everything, so you need to know how to make those changes. You need to know who can run you the whole quarter, and who can run you 1.5 quarter, who can run you the whole game and everything, and know when to change, when this person is making the shot, when to know when to pull out, when to change your tactics, and make this person the point man, make this person just find a way to switch things up. So so far so good. It's a good thing, it's positive that we have all the players right now available. Going forward, we hope that we don't have any injuries going forward, because the tournament is just starting, and from what we've seen, it doesn't look as if they are stressing themselves so much for that win. They took the game by storm and from start to finish, we already had 2 lead changes, and then from there we took the game. To show you that it's not really a tight game. As you see, when 2 big giants are going against each other, you will not have just 2 lead changes. They can change lead multiple times, as 4, 5, 6, 7. But now, just two lead changes, and Rena will come, and the girls have done it. As Benjamin said, as said already, 4-time champions back to back. We can do it a 5th time. Maybe this is mission 5. What is 5 in French? V. Yeah, mission V. We should call this one mission V now for the girls. But
French actually 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5, yeah. So which one? Okay, V is
Roman.
Nah, we don't forget Roma. Okay, let's call it mission V. Is better than mission 5. All right, but let's just get past the first stage. I'm happy that all the players are there. The next match against Mozambique, I'm actually looking forward to it, and actually saying if we can actually keep this level, keep this heat up going into the Mozambique game. But a win there and one more win, and we're into the next round. No easy peasy.
Let's look at one other team before we get to leave the D Tigers, and that has to be Senegal. Now, Senegal are a side that are managed by former D Tigers coach Otis Hewley. He was the one that started this run. 2017, 2019, 2021, won 3 Afro-Basket titles with the D Tigers. Left under some, will you say, not so nice circumstances. And now the man is the head coach of the Senegalese women's basketball team, national team. And they trashed Guinea by 92 to 48 points. This is a man that knows this team inside out. Literally almost built it to what it is today. And let's just say peradventure we get to play Senegal. I mean, are they even a threat? Are they looking at everything, our major threats, and potentially our Waterloo or that banana peel that could eventually stop us from making it 5 titles in a row?
I do not know, yes, but yes, Otis Hughley knows the game in and out. But I think we saw Guinness Raw too. When we're coming.
But Guinness Raw beat us once now.
He beat us once, but we beat.
And it's a one-off game. We're playing Senegal is a one-off game.
And then again,
why can't that one-off game be us getting beaten?
And the Guinness Raw beats us. You say we're still trying to find our foot. This is a team that knows each other very well. They've worked with Rena for a very long time. So yes, Senegal could beat us. Otis, you could say he knows us, but that was then. Times have changed now. We've won with Rena. We saw what Rena did at the Olympics, and at the Olympics, I know he might have coached some of these players, but it's a different ball game altogether. So I believe it's where we meet them. They are potential to be able to stop us. They have the potential to stop us from getting that 5th one, but I won't say it's going to be easy for the Tigers. It's going to be a tough one going against a big team like Senegal, but I still believe the girls can do it. They've done it 4 times, so who says they can't do it against Senegal and Otis? A nice blowout win against Guinea, but Guinea is not really a big house, a big powerhouse, like you say, like we have in our group. And who's even in their group? Senegal, Guinea, who else again? So looking at those people in the group and looking at our group, hopefully we don't get to meet them, because you don't want to face a tougher opponent until you feel you're ready to face them. But that's how tournaments work. It's only the best teams that advances, or you say sometimes the luckiest teams that advances into the next round. But for us, I think it's our hard work, our perseverance, and the quality that we've shown can actually take us to the next round. Can actually take us over Senegal if we do beat them. If we do meet them, it might not be an easy win. Maybe we might not even get to 100 points. Maybe we might not even make it to 90 or 80. You know how women's basketball is. It's not really high, that high scoring. Especially when it comes to African basketball, it's not really high scoring as you always see it. But I believe we can make it past Senegal if we do see it. If we do meet them.
Okay, so Nigeria to win a 5th title.
Sure. Wait.
In a row.
Wait. To win a 5th title
in a row. Yes.
in a row.
Yes.
Yes. It's quite.
For me,
It's
it's possible.
Yeah.
Possible.
but I don't want to jump my gun because we've seen African basketball evolve both in the men and the women. We in the men you can see Uganda coming up. We are seeing Capo Verde coming up. So why can't I say that in the women we might see something different? And the thing that they just popped off. They were missing. We didn't know when they just jumped on the scene. Uganda, we saw what they did against the US team. They almost beat them. We saw Capo Verde in the last.
South Sudan.
Sorry, South Sudan. Sorry, South Sudan, Uganda. We have Capo Verde. Even in the BAL too, you look at the players that were called up, the African players that were called up there. You have to know that it's not just our Nigerian players that were actually the standout, that were the standout players there. So African basketball has evolved. The players are also evolving. So it's possible that we might win it, but it's not easy because I might see any of these teams. They might go on to the next round and they might do something incredible, and then we start wondering where did this team come up from. So for now, I think that's what I'm expecting. But I still believe that we can actually get that fifth straight.
Okay, can the Tigers make it 5 consecutive Afro-Basket titles in a row? Yes, they did defeat Rwanda by 92 to 45 points, and they will be playing Mozambique next tomorrow to book their place in the quarter-final. And also, do you see Otis Hughley Senegal as, will you say, a stumbling block to the Tigers actually making it 5 titles in a row? Let's not forget that the man did win the first 3 of these 5, or these 4 actually, for the D Tigress. 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. That's for the SMS and WhatsApp portal. Send your thoughts there and let us know if you think Rena Wakama's men can or women can make it 5 in a row and 2 in a row for Rena herself after she did win the 2023 edition. Now from there, let's head over to talk about some boxing. And now let's head over to boxing as Alexander Usyk has been ordered to fight Joseph Parker next in a mandatory defense of his WBO heavyweight title. Now Usyk was crowned as the undisputed champion after a 5th round knockout win over Daniel Dubois on Saturday, July 19th, and the WBO have moved fast to enforce a title fight with both parties given 30 days to agree terms or the bout will go to a purse bid. Now, the trilogy fights against Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua had been mentioned for Usyk, but he will now have to face Parker next or must vacate the WBO belt. Now, promoter Frank Warren had it say, and I quote, WBO have actually said that the winner of the fight on Saturday, which was Usyk, that's his mandatory challenger. That's his mandatory. Now, that's the next mandatory due out of the 4 belts, and it has to take place by the end of the year. Unless he vacates the belt, if he decides to vacate it, then Parker will have to fight the number 1. Our fellow promoter David Higgins claimed after the fight that Usyk cannot call himself the greatest heavyweight boxer of his era until he fights and beats Parker. The whole world wants to see Parker fight for a world title. He's been in the queue for a long time. He's a front runner. He's mandatory with the WBO. It's great to hear Frank Warren saying Parker next. It's great to hear experts like Lennox Lewis saying Parker next. I think it would be an outrage if he didn't get the shot. It's not really fair. Now let's take a look. Does Joseph Parker actually deserve the Usyk fight now? Well, Parker has been forced to be patient as he is the mandatory challenger for the WBO title, and that mandatory title defense is due next. Now, if Usyk wants to remain undisputed, he will have to box the New Zealander next. If he doesn't, he would have to vacate the WBO belt. Now, Parker is also in good form, racking up wins over Deontay Wilder, Zhilei Zhang, and Martin Bakuli. Now he has put his defeat to Joe Joyce behind him and has never boxed Usyk before, and it's a fight that would have intrigue, and one that Parker and his team are pushing for. Guys, Joe Parker against Alexander Usyk looks like that's going to be the next big bout in the world of boxing, as Parker is a mandatory title challenger for the WBO belt. And a lot of people are like, after the fight, let Usyk fight Parker. Parker looks like the man that can actually get the better of Usyk. First off, Ovie, should Usyk vacate or should he take up this bout?
Why would Usyk vacate? if you just go to vacate or just to beat the man once again, he vacated the belt before, gave it to Daniel Dubois, took it back from Daniel Dubois. Unless he actually wants to do it on purpose and just leave it and then beats Joseph Parker so he can become 3-time undisputed. Then I'll just say, okay, this man is actually playing, he's actually playing mind games with us. But take up the fight with Parker. I think they've already given them enough time. I think 30 days or so to be able to work out the deals and how they'll be able to do it. But Joseph Parker, whatever they were saying, if Usyk doesn't beat Joseph Parker, he cannot call himself the greatest. I think maybe that's just to call the man out. But the man has actually accomplished everything they need to accomplish in boxing. You have to see it. He has already put himself, he already stamped himself as one of the GOATs, one of the greatest of all time when it comes to boxing. Trumps over Anthony Joshua, trumps over Tyson Fury, Daniel Dubois, Deontay Wilder, and the rest. You can actually put his name among the top 3, top 4 greatest boxers to ever have stepped into the squared ring. So against Joseph Parker, it's going to be a nice fight. We're going to step into the ring. We're going to have first round. It's going to be good. Parker is going to get some punches. Then before the 4th round, he's already knocked out. But it's going to be a good spectacle. At least he finally gets his shot at the world at the WBO title. We also saw that what he did to Zhang. We saw what he did to Daniel Dubois. We saw what he did to Deontay Wilder. So it's giving him that hype. It's giving him that confidence that he can take the next step, or he has been in around the corner. He was meant to be the person to be able to take on Usyk, if not for Daniel Dubois already taking the WBO belt. So now it's my turn to face him. And from what Usyk has said, he has like 3 fights left under his belt. So what better way to start it off with Joseph Parker, and then we see who keeps on coming. But for now, everybody wants to try and take at least one or all the belts from him, and even the federation too, as if they want to just let the man or try and make sure that they get one of the titles of the man. I think maybe the man should have. Yes, we know he's mandated to fight him, but it's already too soon. It's too fast, knowing that he just came off a tough, grueling fight. I think the man has had like 2 fights so far within a span of 6 months or so. The Tyson Fury and then Tyson Fury match, and then the Daniel Dubois match. So I think maybe it's a little too fast, but hopefully we'll get the match maybe by early next year, if not maybe by December. Maybe that's when we'll get the match if they do agree. But we are hopefully hoping by next year, maybe around February or March, we'll be getting the bout. But the man has actually done well. Parker has actually done well. Zhang, Martin Bakoli, Deontay Wilder, all those, he has beaten all of them. That confidence, but everybody steps into the ring with confidence against Alexander Usyk. Joshua had that confidence. Tyson Fury even still has the confidence that he can actually go a 3rd round with a 3rd match with Alexander Usyk. Daniel Dubois has lost twice. I don't know if the man is going to come out and say, I still believe I can beat this man a 3rd time. Anthony Joshua does not even want anything to do with Alexander Usyk, as we've seen. Joshua is injured. And we know the state is in a fight with Tyson Fury. So for Alexander Usyk, it's to stay at home, chill, let the match come, and then show what he can do. Joseph Parker, compared to all his predecessors that have actually gone and faced Usyk, I think he will be the most underrated. But Usyk does not underrate. That's the thing. Alexander Usyk does not. In fact, he's the one that's always underrated. Against Tyson Fury, who was underrated. Against Daniel Dubois, who was underrated.
There's a reason why a lot of people are like Parker could be that man. A lot of people talk about the fact that Parker is like
the underdog.
He's the underdog, but a lot of people feel he could be that man. Maybe you might not say age on his side in a way, 5 years difference.
We
but
thought it was Daniel. We thought that
but you have to look at Parker and the man has it within himself to, will you say, absorb punches. We all remember the bout against Joshua in 2018. I mean, Joshua was known for his knockout prowess at that point in time, but the man was able to withstand fast hand speed. His leg work is actually good, quite athletic, knows how to take those punches. Now, you're looking at that man going up against Usyk. It's not like Usyk is the most powerful of punchers. Yes, he knocked out Daniel Dubois. Usyk, more like footwork, lots to move around, but it's almost like Parker can sort of match that and
for
still
me,
has the speed in his hands.
Yeah, Henry, I was coming to that. The truth is, for me, I don't think, I'm not saying Parker would win Alexander Usyk. It's possible, but I'm not saying it is what's going to happen, right? But you look at Parker and Daniel Dubois, who is more of an underdog. I think, for me, I think it's Daniel Dubois. Now,
Okay.
Parker held the WBO title for from 2016 to 2018. That's 2 good years. Now, he beat Andrews Jr. to claim that belt. But that's after he lost, to Anthony Joshua twice. But like you said, look at what's it called? What's it called now? Joseph Parker. The man has got decent footwork. Like you said, the man can absorb those punches, heavyweight punches coming, around his body and all that. And then Alexander Usyk, for me, I don't think he's one of those boxers that have got the best of punches. But one thing that works for the man is he knows how to move around. He knows when to throw those punches, and then he knows when to block. You look at the bout between himself and Daniel Dubois. At some point, Daniel Dubois would think he has blocked his face, but the man finds a way to land that punch on the face of Daniel Dubois. So it's about knowing what works for you. But I think Joseph Parker will be more of how do I put it now? It's going to be more of a competitor to Usyk than Daniel Dubois. That's what I think, right? So I think Daniel Dubois, because of the belts that Alexander Usyk vacated, that's what made Daniel Dubois, we look at, even if the man has won a bit of fights, but look at the man and say, okay, maybe this man is the man that is going to stop him. But for me, I think if anybody could give Usyk a good fight that he has had, he has had in the last 3 bouts he's had, I think it's going to be Joseph Parker. Yeah, that's what I think, because I think from the way the man boxes, footwork and energy, I think he's going to be the one to give. I'm not saying, like I said, I'm not saying he will beat Usyk. It's quite possible, right? But I'm not saying that's going to happen, but this is going to be a more competitive fight compared to what we saw in the Daniel Dubois fight against Usyk. So for me, I think they've got 30 days, which is a month, to actually agree terms. That's the monetary value and all that. Pay-per-view and everything. So I think when that the fight might not be happening possibly this year. It might be next year, early next year, like Ovia said. Dates have not been agreed. We are just speculating. Usyk just came out of that fight with Dubois, so the man needs a little bit of rest before going to training and all that. So for me, the fight might likely be taking place early next year. But this is going to be a more competitive fight than Daniel Dubois' fight against Usyk.
What do you think will be the deciding factor if this fight or this bout does get to happen? What do you think will be? What do you think will make a difference for who actually gets to win the bout or who loses?
I think first, both fighters are actually geared up. because Usyk is coming from Usyk. I've got that confidence. He's beaten almost every competitor in the division twice. You know, Fury, AJ, Deboa, what have you. He's beaten them twice to actually to actually, you know, get what is had right now. So the confidence is going to be quite high on the side of what's it called, Usyk, and then for Joseph Parker, the man would be brimming with you know, had little of confidence to say, okay, I might be the man that could stop this man. Everybody has tried, and it seems as though the man has got antidotes for everybody. But let's go with a fresh challenge and let's see if I could be that man. So for me, I think the deciding factor could be, you know, Joseph Parker is quite younger. You know, he's younger than Usyk. Usyk is 38. Parker is 33. So 5 years difference. So, but age is something that you don't get to. It's not a deciding factor in a boxing bout. But for me, I think the difference is going to be the confidence level. For me, I think that the confidence level. I'm not saying Usyk is going to be overconfident, but the confidence level, you know, again, coming from Usyk's camp and Usyk himself, I think that's going to be the deciding factor.
Okay, so Alexander Usyk up against Joseph Parker. Will we get to see this bout happen? It looks like you're just...
See, what I heard what Benjamin said about the deciding factor. No, I'm still of the opinion that I don't think Parker is that guy.
Okay, but do you think Usyk needs to beat Parker to officially take that tag, the king of the heavyweight, or you think he's already the king? You think he's already the king?
The king.
Yeah, he doesn't need to.
He does not need to do anything.
He doesn't need to do it. But this is my
if he retires now, if he retires now, say, okay, you see that about I don't want to do this again. Let me retire, hang on the belt. The man is going to go down as the greatest boxer. He beat everybody and left like it was nothing. Took out the belt. Everybody that was shouting Tyson Fury beat him twice. The Anthony Joshua beat him twice. The old Anthony Joshua we called, the new Anthony Joshua beat him twice. Daniel Dubois, the first time decision. The second time Daniel Dubois said he's a new man. He can do it. Especially Daniel Dubois that is coming off beating Anthony Joshua. We expected, okay, this is a new reborn man. He's the person that can do that. Before we knew it, fifth round knockout. Since then we've not heard anything from Daniel Dubois' camp. In fact, I don't. He knows that he lost that match fair and square. It's Tyson Fury when no 1 year would. Now Tyson Fury when no 1 year would. Tyson Fury, he has lost twice. The man still came out after that bout saying, Usyk, I'm the one that can beat you. And it's very funny because I don't think he's going to be getting that third bout, because I don't even want to see a third match between him and Tyson Fury. I think I'll prefer paying my money to watch Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury, so they can get it over with, since both of them have been going at each other for years without actually stepping into the ring. We can actually see that all British bout, and then we can see, okay, who is the king of Britain, who is the king of Britain between you guys. But the man has actually done it. Joseph Parker, as I've said, I don't think he's that guy. Yes, he's coming in underrated and all, but Usyk does not look at anybody as you are underdog and everything. He's looking at you that you're stepping up to challenge me. So you coming this far knows that you have greats. You can actually do something. You're actually tough. You're actually tough enough to be able to get land those heavy punches, take the heavy punches. The man took out Zhang. Although Zhang said they shout for a rematch, he took out Zhang. He took out Martin Bakoli. He took out Deontay Wilder. And he took him out in beautiful fashion. Knocked the man out. The man was staggering in the ring, and then said that he had to retire. Yeah, because Parker was the one that retired. What although the man came back, but I still don't feel that Parker is still that man. He will need to do something extra. He will need to do something what these other guys haven't done yet, to be able to get that step, to be able to get that edge over Alexander Usyk. But what have they not done? Everybody has done almost everything against Alexander Usyk. They said footwork. They said footwork. This person improved his footwork. This person improved his IQ. Anthony Joshua. he still didn't stand a chance twice. Alexander Tyson Fury, the first time the man fought Alexander Usyk, yes, you could we always say that he had some punches. He even downed Usyk at a point. He even downed Usyk during that match. Usyk too downed knocked him down, knocked Fury down. At a point we were saying that okay, it was normal Tyson Fury playing and all. The second bout, the man didn't see his wife for how many months just because he wanted to be focused and all. He came into that second bout more focused, more determined. It still turned out the same way. So it's just like the man is a jigsaw puzzle, or he's a maze that you're trying to figure out, and then you get lost with every turn that you make. And the only way to find your way out is to be able to see or to be able to fly right above the maze and figure out which path to take. And nobody has been able to tower over the man. The man is a mountain, so you can't tower over him. Although you see, physically or reality, they're all bigger than him, but his presence in the ring, his aura in the ring is bigger, much more larger and than the rest. So unless you are going to tower over the man, put determination, put your diligence, know how focused you are, and or as long as you can get this over Alexander Usyk, I think you'll be able to get him. And Tyson Fury, I said, and Joseph Parker, for me, I don't believe he's that guy. It will be a nice bout. I'm not expecting them to go the whole 10 rounds. The first 7, I don't think I will be expecting a 7th round, a 7 round from him. If they do make it through a 10 round, or they make it through the rounds and Usyk does win by a decision, then I'll say maybe it's possible that he might even be able to go another bout, or if it's possible to do another to have another challenge at him, that you've actually done what the other guys haven't been able to do, even being while being underrated. But for me, Joseph Parker is still not that guy.
Okay, Usyk up against Joseph Parker. Will you want to see that bout? Well, they have 30 days to reach an agreement. That was as at Thursday, or was it Friday? So about 27 days now, less than 30 days, that's for sure. So will you want to see that bout? And also, do you think Joseph Parker is that man that could actually bring an end to Usyk's dominance as regards the heavyweight belt? What other man is talking, what other boxer is talking and saying he's the person that will do it? That's not that person than Derek Chisora. Wait, no, they fought when Usyk was moving from the cruiserweight to the heavyweight category, and that was in October 2020. I mean, Chisora was giving him pound for pound, like look up as maybe Basbos, you give me, I give you, that sort of thing, and it was all in 12 rounds. Yeah, he lost on points, but it just felt like Usyk was under pressure and was rattled by what Chisora did. And when Chisora was asked, Chisora said, I am the one that gets to beat him. Yeah, I know boxers tend to talk big sometimes, or can be so mouthy at times, but I mean, is that the case with Chisora? I know this sounds funny, but could that be the case? Maybe that could have been an expose or an expo on how to actually defeat Alexander Usyk, and maybe Chisora just needs to look at what he did and probably ask for a rematch against Usyk. The man is the mandatory IBF challenger at this point in time, but I mean, do you buy into what he's saying, or is just typical Chisora and he's always talking too much?
Everybody, the thing is, being a boxer, you need to have that mouth. We've seen it in mixed martial arts. You see it in the octagon. You see it when it comes to taekwondo. Everybody has that mouth. Everybody wants a piece of the champion. For Derek Chisora, the cruiserweight division, yes, you went toe to toe with Alexander Usyk. Then, but at the end of the day, Usyk was still undisputed. Winning by points, you could just say, I almost. But I almost doesn't get your hands on the gold. I almost does not give you the title. It just leaves you with regret and you wishing you could have done this and done that. But it's possible that he believes that, yes, I could still go a swing at this man. I could still be the person to knock him out. But everybody wants a piece of Usyk. So get to the back of the line. Let us see what you can actually do. Let's wait for Joseph Parker. The man says he still has 3 bouts under, or 3 fights under him left, and Chisora is a big name when you actually look at it when in boxing. The man too, when it comes to heavyweights, He's a big name there. He has gone toe to toe with the big boys. So why not go another round with Usyk? Let's see what can actually happen. For me, when it does happen, or if it does happen, I think maybe I would even give him a better shot at it than Joseph Parker. He has actually gone with. He has actually gone head to head with him, and it's as if all the British boxers, it's as if all the British boxers are losing to Alexander Usyk. But Chisora, 12th round, he did it in the cruiserweight division. But you've stepped up a weight, you've improved your skills over the time, and it's not just you that is also sharpening your claws, that's also sharpening your nails. This person too is also doing it. Alexander Usyk is also doing it. So it's not going to be easy for you to be able to get one over the man. As I've already said it, you need to tower over him in all aspects of the field, both your IQ, both your in-ring movement, both your punching. So even Usyk now is even looking like a power puncher after what he did to Daniel Dubois. Now he's not looking like a power puncher, even though you might say he's not. But that's just how he is. He's nimble in the ring. When it comes to his IQ is one of the best that we have now. When you're looking at him, you're looking at Tyson Fury. When it comes to in-ring IQ, he towers over the rest. So I think I would actually be more excited with him facing Derek Chisora than him facing Joseph Parker. But Joseph Parker is the underdog. Everybody loves a good underdog story, but it doesn't always turn out like that when it faces reality, or when you face reality. But let's first get the fights with Joseph Parker under our belt, then we'll see if there are any further developments with him and Derek Chisora. Has already beaten him once. I don't know if you want to face the man once again. Maybe we'll see what Derek Chisora has to call out, because now it doesn't look as if there's even a line anymore. It's just trying to call the man out, or some people are just trying to jump over the line and try to call the man out and see if they can actually get one of his belts, or actually get everything.
Okay, well, let's head over to the phone lines and hear your thoughts as regards everything we've discussed. The Tigress, Nigerian women's basketball team, they did win their first opening game of the Afro Basket Championship against Rwanda by 92 to 45 points. Can they make it a fifth of 5 consecutive titles? Well, Senegal and Otis Hewley are there as well. Well, the man did win 3 out of the last 4. Nigeria, we have 1. So do you think him and the Senegal side will be good enough, or are good enough, to stop the Tigress? Or you see Rena Wakama and her girls actually going on to make it 5 in a row? 0810-9510951, 0810-9510951. Also, boxing, Alexander Usyk up against Joseph Parker. They have about 30 days, or less than 30 days now, to actually agree on a mandatory fight for the WBO title. Joseph Parker is the mandatory challenger, and they have to talk. Both camps, or both parties, have to talk to reach an agreement, or Usyk gets to vacate the belts. Now, there are talks that he needs to beat Joseph Parker to cement himself as the undisputed king of the heavyweight division. Now, do you believe that's the case, or you feel, he's already the king? And also, do you think Parker could be that banana peel, or the Waterloo for the man, Alexander Usyk, and also Derek Chisora saying, I'm the only person that can beat this man? Do you think that's the case as well, or you think it's just Chisora talking tough and nothing come out in local balance? 0810-9510951, 0810-9510951. While for the SMS and WhatsApp portal, the number is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. Okay, the phone lines are open and you can call in to air your thoughts 0810 9510 951 while for the SMS and WhatsApp portal the number is 0701 933 Well, we are getting ready to round up for the sports before we get to talk some football. Well, Liverpool fans, there is soon to be a departure from your side, but before we do get into football, let's talk some Formula One, as we do have the Belgian Grand Prix today, and Lando Norris pipped McLaren teammate Oscar Piastri to pole position ahead of that one. Now, Norris did beat Piastri, the championship leader, by just 0.085 seconds, as Red Bull's Max Verstappen slipped down to fourth, beaten by Ferrari's Charles Leclerc after errors on his lap. Now, Leclerc's teammate Lewis Hamilton was knocked out of the first session after having his final lifetime deleted for exceeding track limits and will start 16th. Now, Williams driver Alex Albon slipped ahead of his friend George Russell's Mercedes by 0.059 seconds to take fifth, while Yuki Tsunoda had his best performance since joining Red Bull at the third race of the season by taking sixth, 0.381 seconds off Verstappen. Now let me run through the starting grid, at least the top 10. For the starting grid, we have Lando Norris starting pole. For McLaren, Oscar Piastri of McLaren second, Charles Leclerc in third, Charles Leclerc of Ferrari in third, Max Verstappen of Red Bull in fourth, Alex Albon of Williams in fifth, George Russell of Mercedes starting at sixth, Yuki Tsunoda of Red Bull in seventh, Isaac Hadjar of Racing Bull in 8th, Liam Lawson of Racing Bull in 9th, and we also have Gabriel Bortoleto of Kick Sauber in 10th. I mean, that has to be one of the surprising placements as regards the grid ahead of the Belgian Grand Prix. But I mean, let's start off with you, Benjamin, as regards this one. I mean, it's a situation whereby we're still seeing the dominance, or we're still seeing McLaren, or both McLaren drivers, we use say exude, and we use say continue the dominance we saw from the start of the season down to now. We're still looking at Norris pole, Piastri second. Is Norris, Piastri 1-2, although not the end of the race. At the end of the day, Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen in fourth. I mean, are we seeing another scenario whereby both drivers are on the podium again at the end of the Grand Prix, or at the end of today's race?
Definitely, they are actually. McLaren is actually doing something special this Formula One season, and I think they are actually the team to beat. You've got 1-2, Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri. I just think it's very unfortunate for Max Verstappen at this point in time, because you look at the Drivers' Championship. It's going down. It's really going down the wire. I just think this season wouldn't be like last season, where the man left it late, scrap it out until a few games to go before he won the Drivers' Championship. I think this season is almost is more or less gone for him, I would say. So I think you look at the British Grand Prix. I think at the end of the day, it's more likely going to be McLaren 1-2. That's how it looks. It's looking like. For Max is way off, starting at number 4 on the grid. Charles Leclerc in third, and for Hamilton is nowhere to be found. The man is in 16th position. So I think for him the race is done and dusted. This is not Hamilton of where we look at and say Hamilton could get something out of here. I don't think Hamilton will get anything from this. But at the end of the day, it's going to be McLaren 1-2.
McLaren 1-2. I mean, we also have Victor Israel here with us in studio. Victor, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Henry. Good afternoon to the guys in the studio. It's always nice to be here, and knowing fully well that today started off very cold and it's still very much cold. It feels like we are in Atlanta already, but that's the joy of being in Nigeria, knowing fully well that yes, what we planned actually worked out the way we planned it. Mission X getting to be accomplished. This is that point where, as a Nigerian, you can beat your chest and raise your shoulders high and say, yes, I'm proud to be a Nigerian. Also looking at the basketball aspect, where Nigerians are still making us proud, and also looking at what the Super Falcons did yesterday, you can say yes. If not for the women in this country, our flag for no they go up the way it's supposed to go up. You've seen it now, so it's really really nice to be here to talk sports, and also looking at the Formula One. I think it's safe to say that anything other than McLaren is a miracle, and is what to be called a breaking news, because gone are those days when people used to believe in Lewis Hamilton, that the man could actually pull up a surprise, get to be at the top where some of his fans would want him to be. But you look at what the likes of Max Verstappen have been doing, you look at what the likes of Lando and Piastri have been doing, you just say that it would take a miracle to see them drop off the quality, and maybe the likes of Hamilton goes up there, and the likes of Fernando Alonso also finds their way to the top. So it's really really nice to be here once again. Thank you.
Okay, great to have you here with us, Victor. Okay, let's look at, I mean, Verstappen, it looks like there's that gap between him and Norris, who is second. And is it safe to say the man isn't in the running for the drivers' championship again? But I don't want to talk about the constructors. The constructors is sealed, and there is gone. Is gone. It's sealed. I mean, Verstappen, is he still in this? Do you still think he's still in this, or it's just Norris and Piastri all the way?
It's just Norris and Piastri. I think this is one of the reasons why they sacked Christian Horner. And from what speculations are saying, before we hear speculations that Max is going to be moving to Mercedes, and also looking at Kimi and George Russell their contracts have not been renewed, and both contracts are going to be ending by the end of this year. So the other one of them leaves, and Max comes. But what we are hearing is that from the last interview that Max had, Russell had, we're hearing that he's saying that they are going to keep both him and Kimi. So Red Bull fans and I say Red Bull fans, so Max fans, we're not going to see Max in a faster car, maybe in a much more better car. But Laurent Mekies has actually come up to actually take the reins. He was the former Racing Bulls team principal, but now he takes the reins here, and we've actually seen. Remember, I say an improvement, because now I've seen Yuki Tsunoda in P6, in P7. We've not seen Yuki Tsunoda starting in the top 10 since when? I think since
he came in. He came in. This is his best performance.
His best performance on the grid. Yeah, this best performance on his grid. I think the best performance was when he was still in Racing Bulls. I think that was since Australia. That was since Australia. So he's not had a good performance. So is it that Mercedes has now started giving changes, and I can say maybe this is something good, because Max is always still going to be Max. Finishing in P4 is not bad, knowing that you're going against the two fastest cars, so still be able to still beat them is still something good. So I'm not surprised with Max going up to P4. He already knows he's already out of this title race. It's both a McLaren showdown, unless by mistake Max wins the rest of the race.
But can you guarantee those other guys won't finish on the podium as well?
See, no, it doesn't matter if they finish on the podium. It does not matter as long as Max wins everything. If Max can mathematically win everything, then the title is his. He might even be able to single-handedly drag him and Red Bull back, or maybe not into the constructor. But for him, for the drivers' championship, it's possible. But I would say it's actually possible, because we've actually seen it in Formula 1 last season. The man was not having a good race. Second half, the man won every race till the end. So that he won't have to come from P19, or was it P17 in Brazil to still win the race. That was where everybody knew that Lando Norris was a fraud. I started calling Lando Norris a fraud. So there's lots and lots of improvement that still need to be made to the Red Bull car. When it comes to both improvements, their team strategy, and I'm looking at Makers. I'm looking at he might be the way forward, but looking at what Christian Horner has done. To me, any team that does get Christian Horner is actually an added advantage. The man went to Red Bull since when the man has spent almost 10 years or so in Red Bull, gotten them 4 championships. A team from nothing actually made them something, actually gave them something to actually dream, something to hope about. I don't know if next year we're going to have something different. I know, but for now, I'll say Red Bull is in safe hands. For McLaren, pole position, we saw the sprints, we saw the qualifiers, and it was a close one. I was watching the sprints, I say the sprints, the qualifiers, and it was just close. That it was close for Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris, just a few microseconds, and you just see his turning and all. I was watching it, and his turning is not as sharp as Lando's turning. Lando still has the speed during his turning, because sometimes when you're going through those turns, sometimes you have to slow down to be able to get those sharp turns. And some might want to go through the outside, so they stay able to still keep that speed. And Lando shines him there. So I still believe that this race, Oscar can still get P1 if they do start the race straight off the start, and Oscar starts off going into first place. I think he can take that throughout the race, since they have the car, they have the machine, and looking at the difference between them and Ferrari is huge. And they're coming over to Ferrari. That's another.
Yeah, that's what I was about. Hamilton. I mean, the man is 16th. Had issues, crashed, couldn't get into. Same thing happened to Norris, but luckily Norris's was on Friday, so he had enough time to try and see how to remedy the situation. But the man hasn't finished on the podium with Ferrari since he came this season. They are testing a new rear suspension system. It's just like it doesn't look good.
They've had 7 changes this season. 7. Nothing has worked. I think McLaren has just had like 2 or 3. Red Bull has had like 1 or 2, and nothing is still working. So what's actually going? What's actually going wrong there when it comes to Ferrari? Charles Leclerc has actually been doing good. Yeah, I'll say Charles Leclerc has actually been doing good. In Britain he finished 14th. In Austria, on the Austrian Grand Prix, he finished 3rd. He finished 5th in Canada, and in Spain he finished 3rd. So I'll say out of the Ferraris, he's been the one that's actually been carrying them. But it's not Hamilton's fault. I'll say it's the whole Ferrari. It's Ferrari's fault in general. They are still trying improvement. They are still trying to make themselves better. No, but it's just not working out. And we don't know if it's the rear wings, if it's the suspension. Now Hamilton is going to be starting from the pit lane, because after the qualifiers they decided to change their powering unit, and they decided to change their powering unit. So there's lots of changes that are going to be made, of Ferrari is still making, and that 8th championship, it might not be in Ferrari. He came out saying he wants to win it in Ferrari. He wants to win it in he wants to win his 8th championship in Ferrari. I think that is going to be hard. Know that next season rules are still going to be they are changing the new rules, and another constructor is still going to be coming in Cadillac. So it's going to be much more harder, and we don't know who those 2 drivers are going to be. They are teasing either Valtteri Bottas or Schumacher's son. Daniel Ricciardo is also there. I believe he can also make a comeback, because we are the man, when you're looking at good drivers, the man's actually good. When he has done it in he has done it in Ferrari, he has done it in Mercedes. So it's possible that Ricciardo can come, and that's actually another tough opposition, because we don't know what Cadillac is going to bring. They might come in and they might be the next McLaren. They might be able to par with Ferrari or the rest. So for Ferrari, they are going to have to try and make the changes that are going to fit Hamilton. The car never works for him. During Silverstone, they came out saying that P4, the man had never finished below P3 as usual. Ferrari will mess you up. The man finished finished P5. Yeah, he finished P5. Now in Spa now, we're hearing that he has never finished below P4, and he's already starting in P16. So I think that
feels like it's the year where Ferrari is shattering his records for him.
All the records are going to be shattered. And since the start of since the start, he's been only him and Lando have been the only driver. Him and Oscar have been the only driver to actually win points in the last 11 races. So is it possible that he might not even get a point in this race? So there are lots to talk about for Ferrari, but hopefully we see improvement. You're looking at the other cars. I think the cars to look out for: the Williams, Alex Albon and Carlos Sainz to starting off the pits. Pierre Gasly for Alpine. Kick Sauber. Sauber have been the most impressive team so far. They've actually come and surprise us. You're looking at the driver standing. Nico Hülkenberg is actually ninth, so he actually has more points than Red Bull's Yuki Tsunoda. In fact, everybody that drove for Red Bull, Carlos Sainz, Yuki Tsunoda, Liam Lawson, he has more points than them in a kick Sauber. Gabriel Bortoleto, yes, it's not been easy for him. The man is also a rookie, and I say the rookies are actually struggling unless you're Isaac Haja and Kimi Antonelli, who are obviously good. Yeah, so apart from them, even Alex Albon too. Alexander Albon is also a rookie too. So I think those are the only guys that actually doing well. Kick Sauber has actually done well for themselves. I think next year they're going to be going from Kick Sauber to Audi. They already use an Audi engine, so they'll be going back there. But Gabriel Bortoleto starting off in ninth. What we are hearing that it might be a rainy weather. Throughout the qualifiers, we didn't see any rain. But that's why we're hearing that was why a change was made for Sainz, Hamilton, and the rest. So if there's a rain, it's possible that it might even favor the Saubers and favor Oscar and Lando, who are actually good drivers when it comes to rain. Charles Leclerc, we know that when it comes to rain, he's not a good driver there. So we're looking at those guys, and we're looking at how the formula, how this race is going to pan out. The next race is going to be Hungary, and then from there we go on a 1 month break or so. But for now, the two faces of the Grand Prix is going to be Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri, and this is the time for Oscar to actually pass Orlando to actually pass Oscar. Looking at the points, 341 to 232. So his man just needs to get P1, and then he climbs up to the drivers' championship, something that he has not seen in the for a very, very, very long time. So hopefully Lando can do it, and he has actually won back-to-back races. So who says he can't do it? He took Austria, he took the British Grand Prix. So if he can make it a tripit, it's going to be good. Oscar has to find his form back. He has the speed, he has the IQ. For me, I still believe he's always a better bike driver than Lando Norris. He just needs to find what to do, or how to be able to beat his teammate.
Okay, so what happens as regards the Belgian Grand Prix? But quickly, Olivia, before we get to leave Formula One and get to head over to football, Mekis, the new Red Bull team principal, is talking about the fact that he has to get the car to be better to keep Verstappen. Now, do you think that's the major factor if Verstappen stays or goes? And I mean, Horner leaving doesn't really or necessarily affect the decision of, or maybe just Horner leaving is enough to maybe make that man Verstappen want to change his mind, or if it doesn't really play a major role. It's all about wanting to win more drivers' championships for Verstappen.
For Verstappen is to win more championship, and what better way to do it than a fast car, because we already know that the man is using a tractor to to be able to go up against supercars like McLaren. So you need a fast car, and what better way to get a fast car than for you to improve it? But it's going to be a long stretch when it comes to improving the car. I don't know if Mercedes can do it. I don't know how long it's going to take, but they need to do it fast if they want to be able to secure Verstappen. For also, as I've already said it, from what is going to look like, the man is going to stay, and it's not just for him. They also need to look at their second seats, because I'm expecting a change. We all know the second seat course, especially started this season, and they've already made all the changes for their driver. So that means they can't change any driver. They can't change any driver currently until next season. That's when they will able to have these two more changes to their drivers. But if we see improvements like this from Yuki, maybe finishing in P7, P5, he just finishing in the points, and then he actually ends the race in those points, I think it's going to be a wake-up call for other teams, and it will be a wake-up call for Red Bull. they've actually got what it takes. When you have two drivers that are able to get you points, you know that's equal. We can actually fight for the constructor, because we all know the driver is the driver's championship. They are going to fight for themselves, but the constructor, you're going to need both teams going, or you're going to need both drivers going at their best, giving you their best shot. So for now, Laurent Meki's improvement of Red Bull, the key to the man staying. Also, money is also a factor. In if Red Bull, if Mercedes can give me a better offer, but the thing is that Max is too addicted to success. He's too addicted to Formula One for him to be able to just make switches because of money, and that's what is predominant, or that's same characteristics of him and Lewis Hamilton. When it comes to Formula One, both of them are addicted to it. Both of them are they strive for success. So they will go to where they see they have the best opportunity, and he thought Ferrari was the best, because last season they finished for constructor. They finished second. So I don't want to make that switch from Mercedes to Ferrari, knowing that I have a better shot at a much more faster car. Although likewise, it has already changed now. But if Mercedes can get them, but I'm over here that Aston Martin are even looking to even get the man Max Verstappen next year. If they can pull it or find a way to convince him, is possible. But everybody knows that this point in time, it's the time where Max is not really settled. So you're going to try everything that you can, or try and dangle the carrot in front of him, and hopefully he actually takes a bite from it. But for Red Bull, they've got the assets, they've got the improvements. Let's see how it can carry them for the remainder of the season.
Okay, well, let's see what happens for the remainder of the season between Max Verstappen and Red Bull. Will that man get to stay Red Bull ahead of next season, or will he get to leave? Well, this season is still in contention and there's still a long way to go. So how does that turn out? I mean, also Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri, who gets to be the driver's champion, and it's all heating up. So what are you expecting? 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. That's for the phone line, while for the SMS and WhatsApp portal number is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. We also talked about the D Tigers, and they have started their Afro Basket Championship defense with a victory against Rwanda, 92-45 points. Well, Senegal and Otis Hudi, the former coach of the side, is also there. Or are you seeing them as a stumbling block to the D Tigers, or you think the D Tigers are on course to make it 5 consecutive titles? We also took a look at boxing. Alexander Usyk up against Joseph Parker, as they have been mandated to try and see if they can get that bout within the next 30 days, as Parker is the mandatory challenger for the WBO belt, and also Derek Chisora saying he's the only one that can stop Alexander Usyk. 0810-951-0951 and 0701-933-9962. The second one is for the SMS and WhatsApp portal. So do well to send in your thoughts, and let's get to read and hear them as we do get ready to talk football. Okay, let's hear from this caller. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Hello,
Good afternoon. Name and location.
my name is Bright.
Okay, Bright, please go ahead. Let's hear your thoughts.
And please, I want to ask a question. That Super Falcons versus Morocco, who wins?
The Super Falcons won by 3-2. Okay, yes, the Super Falcons, Brightwell, the Super Falcons did come from 2 goals down to win by 3-2 in the second half. Jennifer Echegini scored. I said Jennifer. Yeah, she did score the winner, but the comeback started with Esther Okoronkwo with the penalty before we saw Ejami Lucy actually equalize. Then we had Echegini with an assist from who was that again with the cross? Was that Esther with the cross? And yes, Esther Okoronkwo with the cross, and it was 3-2 for the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Well, we will be talking about that when it's time to talk about Nigerian football. But from there, let's head over to talk about football. But let's not forget that the phone lines or the phone line and the SMS and WhatsApp portal is very much open for you to call in or send in your thoughts as well as regards everything we've discussed in other sports. And we start off football with Liverpool and Under Slot, as there are claims that, or the man does claim that he does not need a new centre back amidst the summer splurge on new forwards and after the concerning 4-2 loss to AC Milan in pre-season yesterday. Now, Arne Slot has dismissed claims that Liverpool are short at centre-back position as they prepare to defend their Premier League crown. Now, Slot made the comments in the immediate aftermath of the Reds' 4-2 pre-season loss to Milan in Hong Kong on Saturday. Now, Ryan Gravenberch started in the game alongside Virgil van Dijk in the heart of Liverpool's defence, with Ibrahima Konate and Kostas Tsimikas taking over the responsibility in the second half. Now, understandably, questions over the Reds' depth in the position or at that position came in the post-match press, and Slot said he felt Gravenberch proved he can provide cover and that Wataru Endo can also step into the role when required. Now, the Dutchman accepted the club had yet to replace Jarrell Kwanzaa. The academy product was allowed to leave for Bayer Leverkusen earlier this summer to pursue first-team football. Joe Gomez has returned to Liverpool from the club's pre-season tour of Asia as he's carrying an Achilles injury which has been described by Slot as minor. Now, the man said, and I quote, "I don't think we have a concern at centre-back in terms of depth. I think Ryan showed today, by the way, that he can play in that position. He did it last season as well, although we all know we favour him as a number 6. Wata can play there. Joe Gomez only has a minor injury. He has been good for us last season as well. We have enough options left, but it's true that Jarrell Kwanzaa left and we haven't replaced him yet." Victor, I'm coming over to you. It just deja vu all over again for a lot of Liverpool fans. You look at when they won the title in 1920, they went into the season with only 3 centre backs, 2 currently still on the books with Van Dijk and Joe Gomez. Joao Matip was the only other one. Now it's Van Dijk, Joe Gomez and Ibrahima Konate. Gomez doesn't have the best injury record. Van Dijk had an ACL that season and Matip was on the doctor's table for most of the season as well. Also, Joe Gomez got injured and Liverpool had to be stuck with Nat Phillips and Rhys Williams for most of that season and almost didn't qualify for the Champions League. It had to take an Alisson header against West Brom with the Hawthorns to actually see Liverpool qualify for the Champions League. Now, winning the title again, spending a lot of cash up front. Hugo Ekitike, Florian Wirtz, Frimpong and Kekes have come in. And now only 3 senior centre-backs with Kwanzaa going to Bayer Leverkusen, and Liverpool fans are asking, we need a centre-back. We don't want to be seeing Wata playing as a centre-back. We don't want to be seeing Ryan Gravenberch playing as a centre-back. But Slot is saying that they are not short for options in that place. Now, do you think what happened in the 2020-21 season is about to repeat itself with Liverpool, especially if they do not sign a 4th centre-back or another senior centre-back for this team?
I think the 2 seasons are similar, but we can't see the outcome of that happen, because when you look at the options further up the pitch, it's quite different from what they had that season. So, but I do feel Liverpool do need cover at the centre back, because if you listen to what Arne Slot said, the options he feels he has to cover up the back are options in the defensive midfield. The only defensive-minded midfielders currently are Wata and Ryan Gravenberg. And if you put the two of them as options in the centre back position, let's take for instance you have a game against Pep Guardiola's Manchester City, and Ibrahima Konate maybe is suspended, Joe Gomez is injured, and you play a certain Ryan Gravenberg pairing with Virgil van Dijk. It leaves a space in the defensive midfield. Let's say you put in a McAllister there, and maybe the game in the first half alone you've considered about 2, and you're trying to just save face. You don't have any other option. While trying to cover up the defensive pairing, you are creating a space there in the defensive midfield. So I feel he needs a centre back. If you look at the attacking options he has at his disposal, this is a team this reminds me of the days of Jurgen Klopp, where you score 4 and concede 3. You score 5 and concede 4. So he needs a defensive-minded player in that defense. This is where the captain of Crystal Palace comes in, Maguire. He needs that senior figure that can hold the hem there in that defense, because when you look at this Liverpool's attacking players today against AC Milan, once they lost the ball, there was no defensive-minded midfielder that could actually break up play. At some point, he had a Trey Inyoni there. Inyoni yesterday was off the game. He lost the ball several times. Even in the first half, where we had Virgil van Dijk at the back, he lost the ball several times. They were just trying to cover up for him. But in the second half, when you have a left back playing as a centre back, it was very, very much open for everybody to see. Where Woodman conceded the first goal, and I think that's the very first game I'm seeing a goalkeeper concede goal in his first 5 minutes, and it's changed immediately. He conceded the goal, and the changes were made. Still yet the defense was very much open. So I feel he needs a defensive-minded player, if possible 2 defensive-minded players, maybe one one for the future and maybe one for now, pending the talks with Konate on signing a new deal. If Konate is not signing a new deal, then Gay needs to come in this season, maybe understudy the man, and let's say the man leaves next season. Then the other option, Leone, the 18-year-old the 18-year-old centre back that has been scouted. If the man can actually come in, maybe use this season to be on the under 21 books, study and maybe train with the senior folks, then maybe next season he might be ready to step up. That was how Jared Kansa actually started off in Liverpool. So for him saying he doesn't need a defensive addition to the team, then I feel he's just shooting himself in the foot, because you can't just score goals to keep yourself in the title. You can't just score goals to win titles. They say goals win you games and defense wins you titles. I think I'm correct there, because there are games where you close up shop and win game 1-0. You don't just need every time. You don't need the likes of Salah to always maybe get to score braces and hat-tricks just for you to win a game. We know Konate last season was the season where he stayed for up to 30 games a season. So Konate might actually get injured at any point of the season. And Joe Gomez, we know the man. He brings you the memories of Naby Keita and a certain Daniel Sturridge in this team, where he spends most of his times on the sickbed than on the pitch. So he needs a defensive-minded player. If possible, after getting Alexander Isak, that is if they can get the man, then the next focus should just be getting a defensive pairing. One for the future, one for now.
Okay, now, Benjamin, do you think that's the case? Get into players for this Liverpool side at the back. But before we do head over to you, okay, we did lose that call there. But, I mean, do you think that's the case? Getting 2 players. I mean, but even if you get in one, how reliable will this backline be for Liverpool? Because you're seeing a situation, I saw glimpses of that game against AC Milan before I did stop. It's not like the fullbacks were as conservative as they were last season on that slot. It just felt like he gave Frimpong and Kekes the leeway or the freedom to go forward and explore and offer with, and sort of made it look like what we usually were seeing on that club initially, whereby your centre backs individually have to be very good. Now you can't rely on Joe Gomez to be fit 100% during the season, and Ibrahima Konate, you can't rely on him as well to be fit for some games during the season. So how does Slot actually navigate this, knowing that his Premier League defense is on the line? But let's hear from this caller first. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon to the spotlight.
Good afternoon. Name and location.
Yeah, good afternoon. I think I'm speaking with Harry.
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon. Another gentleman.
Good afternoon. Name and location.
This is the one and only Mr. Liverpool.
Okay, Mr. Liverpool, please go ahead.
Well, congratulations to my 19 pattern for defending and winning his best in time. They have broken a record. What our men cannot do, they have, done that. Well, let me proceed. The second have already stood up. We need to that match. I didn't know what it is, but I watched the play. We really need, I like how the match played, so that to open up our weak point. We really need two central back and one defensive midfielder. If he can recall back, the likes of, I think, Fabio left Liverpool, the guy that was playing, defensive midfielder for us. So the person that will be holding the midfield in case of if the attacker loses before the ball will penetrate to defender. We are lacking last season that we won this. And we don't say it's just by luck. But this season, not going to, with what I'm seeing, not going to be an easy game also. Because with the light of improvement, our fantastic captain, guy, because if he watched that yesterday game and his body movement, the age is coming to him. We need somebody that will be supporting him. For that left back, I would say it's okay. The likes of Robinson, if they maintain him with this Greek guy and this new signing, it's okay. But we need central back, the person that is supporting this thing, Canada and guy, and the defensive midfielder. For me, for attacker, if to add additional 9, no problem. No problem. What I do as Liverpool fan, and this back two and this is midfielder, 3 players that I need. Who are doing a great job. Just sit on.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Liverpool, for your thoughts there. Let's take sort of one. Hello, caller, good afternoon.
Yeah, hello.
Good afternoon. Name and location.
Yeah, I'm calling from Bayelsa State, Dembe City.
Okay, what's your name, please?
I'm a honorary gospel Chelsea fan.
Okay, please turn down the volume of your radio set. I can hear a callback.
Okay, sorry. So I want to ask any players that Chelsea going.
Please turn. I can still hear the callback. I'm still getting it. It's making this conversation quite uncomfortable for us. Okay, we lost that one yet. So do well to turn down the volume of your radio set when you do get to call us, because we do get to hear that callback and it doesn't make for a good conversation. And also we are using headphones in the studio, so it can be quite uncomfortable for us as well with the sharp noise and all. But Benjamin, 2 center backs, is it actually necessary? Or maybe there have been talks of one of Tsimikas or Robertson leaving. Looks like most likely that's Tsimikas, but maybe just sign one and get to keep one of them, or get to keep all 3 still, and you could still use one to deputize as a center back as well when we do have the regular season on. I mean, how does Arne Slot handle this? Or is it just, are we getting carried away? It's a change of system, sort of a change of approach. So maybe we could see some of the loopholes now, but the man is still trying to perfect things for his side defensively.
Well, the good thing about this whole thing is the fact that the game against AC Milan is a pre-season. Yeah, so pre-season is meant to, check a tactics and see how the players get to play and blend into it. But I think Liverpool don't have defenders at this point in time. The only 3 defenders, like you rightly mentioned, are Virgil van Dijk and then Ibrahima Konate, which we heard that Liverpool have made an improved offer for him to stay, but we are yet to hear anything from the camp of the man. And for Joe Gomez, the longest 7 Liverpool player, as a deputy to both of them. And looking at it, well, we've seen last season we saw Wataru Endo play as a centre back in most of the games, the cup games. And I think possibly maybe the man is looking at it and saying, okay, the midfield is choked up. You know, the likes of Florian Wirtz, Alec Soboslai, McAllister, Gravenberg, Elliot is still there. So I think the man might be looking at dragging Wataru Endo back to centre back. But you look at the man's height. I know height is one thing, and look at Joe Gomez's height too, so it's something. So, but again, I think we would see a halt in terms of the way Anslot play. He doesn't look like a man who is going to be conservative this coming season. The man is looking at attacking, and it reminds me of when Jurgen came. Jurgen scores 3 and concedes 2 or 3. You know, and that is not a system that you would want to keep to actually win the Premier League, because the centre backs want to keep clean sheets, the goalkeepers want to keep clean sheets too. So I think let's see how it goes, but I think it's a gamble that is not worth taking. You just need to get at least one centre back, especially when Ibrahima Konate is having contract issues. Bring that centre back to actually deputize until he signs the contract. If he doesn't sign, then maybe that centre back might have understudied him and then get used to the way Liverpool plays. So for me, I think Anslot would need to bring a centre back. The man has come out to say he doesn't need a centre back, but let's see from now to the end of the transfer window. Hopefully, we get to see one centre back, because I wouldn't like. One thing that gave Liverpool that title last season was the fact that in most of the games we were conservative rather, and they had a few games that, you know, the defense was a very reliable when they are being called upon. And you look at it, we know Virgil van Dijk is not an injury prone player, but we've seen Ibrahima Konate last season come in and out of the team, you know, in terms of injuries and all that. So, and Joe Gomez too is not reliable in terms of injury, you know. So I think the man really needs to sit there and consider his options and just get a centre back, at least one. But for me, I think more than one. But since he said he doesn't need a centre back, it's just one, because I don't see Andy Robertson playing as a centre back. I don't see Frimpong playing as a centre back. Frimpong, for me, Frimpong is more or less like winger rather than a defender. I pray we don't get to see what Arnold did for Liverpool in terms of his disabilities in defending. But for me, Frimpong is more of a winger than a defender. So he needs a centre back next season, because whether I like it or not, Liverpool are going to play many games: Champions League, FA Cup, Carabao Cup,
Premier League itself,
FA Cup, and Premier League itself. So you're looking at 80 games, 80 in total, depending on how far they go in these competitions. The Champions League can play more because it's now changed. It's not like the usual Champions League format. You know, we saw it last season. And then depending how far they go for the FA and Carabao Cup. Liverpool have gotten players in every department. I think squad depth. But the remaining is at least a centre-back to replace Kwanzaa. So for me, Anslot needs to get centre-back.
Okay.
I think in addition to what Benjamin has said, yesterday we saw the two options for the right back get to start, and we saw one of them playing as a right winger yesterday. And one of the goals that they considered in the second half was a case of we see the strength of one of the right back and the weakness of the other. Conor Bradley is good defensively. He knows how to keep his own, but he lacks the pace that Frimpong has, because he lost the ball and all of a sudden Rafael Leao was ahead of him. The man couldn't beat him for pace. Then a few minutes later, we saw a case of Frimpong going head to head with Rafael Leao in terms of pace, and Frimpong was ahead of the man. So you get to see if Frimpong stays at right back, be rest assured that there won't be cases of the Arnold saga where Arnold gets to be very much exposed. The man has the pace to recover. It's just a case of whenever you are with the ball, he will travel. And when he loses the ball, he will need to travel back again. He has the energy, just as he said, he brings energy to the team. So they need a centre-back that can hold the hem for him to just travel and come back again. But Conor Bradley yesterday just gives you that Cesar Azpilicueta's kind of defender. The one who just stays behind, does his dirty work properly, and doesn't need to travel too much.
Okay, 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. How key will getting a new centre back be for Liverpool to defend their title next season, the English Premier League title? They did lose to AC Milan by 4-2, and they looked so, we use a suspect at the back, especially with the counter attacks from AC Milan. 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. While for the SMS and WhatsApp or to that one is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. You can send your thoughts there and we will read them. Well, we're still sticking with Liverpool and we are getting ready to talk about one man who looks set to leave the club, but do well to keep the calls coming in. We are here to take them before we get to talk about Liverpool and Luis Diaz. Yes, this is still Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM, and you're still listening to the voice of Harry Ogwan. I still have the guys here with me. Well, still talking about Liverpool. Well, it looks like they are set to accept a bid just under 80 million euros for that man, Colombian winger Luis Diaz. Well, according to reports from multiple sources, Liverpool and Bayern Munich have agreed a deal or are very close to agreeing a deal, and that is set to be within or for a fee within the region of 70 to 75 million pounds. Well, that man was signed or deemed a replacement for Sadio Mane when he was signed and came in putting up some electrifying performances, but it just seems like Luis Diaz hasn't really lived up to expectation or heights or the heights expected of the man when he did come in initially. And now after 3 years at the club, it looks like it is set to come to an end. About 3.5 years. Yeah, 3 years at the club. It looks like it's set to come to an end for Luis Diaz and Liverpool. And we are asking, Ovie, has Diaz been a hit or miss during his time at Anfield?
I will call him a miss. The man has actually done well for during his time at Anfield. He has already delivered them enough trophies. But he said that he's not comfortable there. He said the wages are not reflecting on what he has actually done. You might actually see it's true or no, but for what he has done, what he has given to Anfield, what he has given to Liverpool, I say the man has actually done well. He's been a face of the club. If he does leave, he will be remembered. He will be cherished. I don't know about his jersey being retired. I know, but
definitely that's not happening.
But yeah, he will be remembered. Maybe they can do a mural of him in the training room or somewhere. But well, Luis Diaz is
with the eye of Everton or maybe Crystal Palace, Birmingham City or something.
I don't know about that, but for me, Luis Diaz has actually done enough. Up to Bayern, if the deal does if the deal is being finalized, a new chapter. The man is 28 or so now, so I don't know how he's going to fit there, but it's as if it was almost every league apart from the Premier League that likes buying good players. But his time at Liverpool, a Premier League trophy or two Premier League trophies, a Premier League trophy has gotten them Champions League. So
he didn't win the Champions League. He has a Premier League trophy. He has two Carabao Cup trophies, an FA Cup trophy.
He was not in the
he wasn't there in 2018-19 season. Yeah.
So
Well, he's won trophies with the club.
He's won trophies, and every footballer going to any club, what you want to do is win trophies to show that you've done well. Look at Trent now. The man has actually gone. He has a Champions League. He has two Premier League. The man has accomplished everything he's accomplished in English football. So you can say likewise for Luis Diaz. He has accomplished everything he's to accomplish in English football. Is he still an asset? If he does stay, I think it's still a good thing for Liverpool. He's not a bad player. You're looking at if I'm ranking him over 10, I think I'll give him a 7 or a solid 7 or 8 when it comes to his efficiency or what he can actually give to the club. So he's not a bad player for me. Looking at Luis here. So if he does stay, it's still a win for not really a win for them, but it's not bad. If he does go, a win for them. They can use the summer, they can invest it into other pursuits like Alexander Isak, or maybe they can get something in defense. I know. So either way he stays or he goes, it's not, so it does not affect Liverpool in a negative way.
And that's the talk. Who replaces him? Because as much as the side is open to selling him, they are not really keen on selling, but they are open to selling him, and they want him to stay, but they're not adverse to letting him go. Like I did mention, who gets to replace Luis Diaz, because he was a mainstay in the team last season. He scored over 15 goals in all competitions and was key. Played out wide sometimes, played as a false nine for Arne Slot sometimes. So how do they replace him? The man that's been linked to Liverpool on every rumor mill and is on everyone's lips is Alexander Isak. But you now ask yourself, how does that fit in with replacing Diaz when you've already brought in a Ekitike that's sort of the number 9 or the new number 9 for the side?
I think first of all, most fans are actually downplaying what Luis Diaz has done at Liverpool for this, even if it's a short stint, what the man has done. I think he in this period he has outplayed lots of left wingers.
But he was somebody brought in to replace Mane. Did he actually live up to the Mane?
It's just that the Mane actually raised the bar for most left wingers. Remember that that period when you had the famous three: Sadio Mane, Roberto Firmino, and Mo Salah. So anyone that came into that squad, you had to ask yourself, do I have what it takes to keep one of them on the bench? And I think Luis Diaz came in, turned Sadio Mane into a number 9, because that period Mane was always playing from the middle, he was playing from the left. So it's also the same thing when Diogo Jota came in. He made Roberto Firmino sit on the bench in some games and he came in. So if you look at what Luis Diaz has done in that period, I think last season, you look at a man from Newcastle, Anthony Gordon. The man did not score beyond 5 league goals, but the man is worth 80 million currently in the market. It goes to show you that, yes, if that man is worth 80 million, then Luis Diaz is worth more. Madueke is not a left winger, but the man is worth 50-something million in the market currently, 55 million. So if Madueke is worth 55 million, then it means that Luis Diaz is even worth 100 million in the market, because the man has been scoring goals. Last season he got double figures in terms of goals, and not just the goals. If you watch his in-game play, the man has that level of magic. I recall the game against Crystal Palace where Darwin Núñez, that was his first his Anfield debut. The man got recorded, and it was Luis Diaz who dragged Liverpool to get to share the spoils there. So Luis Diaz has really done remarkable. Replacing him is not something that will come that easy, because if Liverpool wants to sign a player that fits into the homegrown status, then they'll be going for Anthony Gordon. You look at Gordon. Gordon has never scored 15 league goals in a season before, and this is a man that wants to fill in the big shoes left by Luis Diaz. I feel the replacement is already at the club. The man he was sharing the position with, Cody Gakpo, can actually come in, be a mainstay this season, and maybe get an understudy in the person of the youngster we've been seeing in the preseason, Rion Gumoa. Gumoa can actually come in and maybe he might not push Cody Gakpo to the limit of starting big games, but he can give him a rest in some games, maybe 65th minute, 70 minutes, when you feel you need something different. You need a winger that could be more direct. You need a winger that could be in the Luis Diaz ilk. That is when you bring in Rion Gumoa into the game. But I feel Cody Gakpo can actually make the position his own now. And let's not forget, Ekitike might seem to be a number 9, but Ekitike gives you that level of flexibility. He can come in, just as he said, he can play with a strike partner. He can also move into the left wing. He can also move into the right wing. Either way is where you need him. So I feel Ekitike is the kind of player that you can say as he is a different kind of Cody Gakpo. Gakpo started his Liverpool career as a centre forward under Jurgen Klopp. Then in some games, I can recall the very first game of the season where the Liverpool played against Chelsea. He played as a box-to-box midfielder in that game. So I feel Gakpo being the left winger, then Gumoa being the understudy, then for the centre forward position, maybe Issa comes in and shares the position with Ekitike. Then for the right wing, that's where the main problem is now. And the left wing, I feel the left wing is already sorted. The main problem for Liverpool has always been who understudies Mohamed Salah, not a case of even replacing Luis Diaz. Because even if they don't sign any replacement for Luis Diaz, don't forget that Florian Wirtz can play from the left wing also. He has done it before at Bayer Leverkusen. He can also come in from the left. Dominic Szoboszlai can still come in from the left too. Even if you want to push the likes of Curtis Jones to the attack, they are better off coming from the left. So there are lots of options coming in from the left. The problem now is the only option coming in from the right that could say, oh, Salah, take a break today. The only option there is Javier Elliott. And Javier Elliott has a question mark on his Liverpool career, on his stay at Liverpool. The man wants to play games. He said it today. He said it in the preseason that he wants to be on the plane that goes to the World Cup. He wants to be at the World Cup. But going to the World Cup and commanding a first team shirt in this Liverpool team is a big mountain for him to climb. So I just feel Luis Diaz leaving now, the replacement is there already. What we need now is a replacement for Mohamed Salah.
Okay, replacement for Mohamed Salah, according to Victor, is what is needed. But I mean, do they need to replace Luis Diaz? And I mean, if they do, Alexander Isak, do you think that man is the right fit because his name on everyone's lips? Well, the reports linking them to Rodrigo have sort of died down, and they have, sort of extricated themselves from that report. But do well to keep the calls coming in. The phone lines are open. 0810-951-0951. Yes, I'm officially throwing them open. You can call in and air your thoughts on this Liverpool matter, the defense and Luis Diaz leaving, and how do they replace the man. And do you think he ever lived up to the billing or to the expectations as Sadio Mane's replacement? 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. While for the SMS and WhatsApp port, the number is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. And I'm getting over to hand you over to Ovie Wallace to run you through European football from now till we get to talk about Nigerian football. 0810-951-0951. Phone lines are open. Call in and air your thoughts. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Hello, go ahead. I call back, Mr.
Okay, Mr. Liverpool, please go ahead.
A second, 2 seconds, please, before I proceed. UEFA Women this is championship. I think today is final, right?
Yes.
England versus
Spain.
Spain.
Spain, yeah, Spain.
Okay. And then they play third place.
No, they don't play third place in the Euros.
Well, I wish let the better team carry the game.
Okay.
Let me proceed. Well, contact like second, I said it all. Salah, for that, talk about that position because only one God bless us that Salah don't need to have it like the other player. We need to have other opportunities, as he said. Elliot, you cannot match the issue of Salah. If it's possible, but for now, as I said before, if you have the opportunity, you need to look for somebody that will be, assisting the wing of Salah in case of for I see climber that. But I think at one certain time that I did that Madrid winger, Madrid is going for that guy. I don't know half about this.
You mean Malik Fofana?
Rodrigo.
Rodrigo, well, reports last week from some sources say that Liverpool aren't going for Rodrigo again. So, well, we don't know how or who they actually go. Let's see how things unfold after the Luis Diaz deal to Bayern Munich is completed officially.
Okay, but for Diaz now, he opened his mouth that he said he wants to make it.
According to reports, yes, he handed in a transfer request.
Yes, they should not force him to say. But I don't know how far about this thing, Nunes. I don't know how far about him. You people should just.
Which person?
Nunes.
Okay, well, according to reports, nothing yet concrete on Darwin Nunes. He was left out of the game yesterday, but Slot did come out and say it was due to some minor fitness issues. So it's just links for now. Al Nasser, Al Ali, and Al Hilal, according to reports. But so far, so good. Nothing really concrete on Nunes. Napoli have, pulled out of a deal for the man. Juve did sound out Liverpool, but nothing concrete yet.
If I had the opportunity to advise my club, I would say they should just allow him for one season, because this coming season, my school is telling me that he's going to do a wonder. And he do play like sometimes Jota when the game maybe it's difficult. And the likes of Jota left Jota and he's so resistant. And
Okay.
they used to help matter. But if they have the opportunity, they should leave for me. It's going to explode coming next season. And still following people are trying.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Liverpool, for your thoughts there. Well, do well to keep the calls coming in. The phone line is still open for you to do that and to air your thoughts on everything we have discussed, from the Tigers down to boxing to Formula One. And now we are talking about Liverpool, and I'm getting ready to hand you over to Ovie to talk about European football, or continue to talk as regards European football. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Name and location.
I'm calling. I'm calling from NCA.
Okay, bro. Okay, Chuku, please go ahead. Please turn down the volume of your radio set. I can get some hold back.
Okay, we are talking of Liverpool. Hello.
Go ahead. We can hear you.
We are talking of Liverpool. That Diaz, I'm a Chelsea fan, but I like Diaz. That Diaz that go to Liverpool go worry them. That guy don't understand English. All these new players can disappoint you. Understand me? You're supposed to beg the Diaz, make it no good, because bringing in new player them. When other player come from other leagues, some of them doesn't adopt easy like that. I think Diaz is a very good player. I don't know why Liverpool allow that guy to go. I don't like it. I like that boy Salah play.
Okay. Is that all?
That's my own, yes.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts there, bro. Okay, Chuku, well, the phone line is open. Call in, air your thoughts. The D Tigers, Alexander Usyk up against Joseph Parker. Liverpool, Diaz actually close to sealing a move to Bayern Munich, and also do they need a centre back, at least one centre back, or maybe two centre backs for Liverpool? 0810 9510 951, 0810 9510 or you send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal, and that one is 0701 933 9962, 0701 933 9962. Let's take this one. Hello, caller, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Name and location.
I'm Isaac calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay, Isaac, please go ahead.
Okay, you guys are saying that he's living Liverpool, right?
Isaac, please come again. I'm struggling to hear you a bit.
Oh,
Did you say Louis? Okay, Isaac, we did lose you there. Looks like network not really your friend, but do well to keep the calls coming in. But I am handing you over to the safe hands of Ovie Wallace, as I said, to continue from where I stopped. So still stay tuned. This is still Today Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM.
Yes, it's still Today Sports Live on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. Over Wallace, I am the man on the MIC right now, handling proceedings as we continue to talk about everything that has to do with European football. But before that, the phone lines are still open for you guys to call in and share your thoughts. 0810 9510 951 for the SMS, and the WhatsApp port is 0701 933 9962. Yes, lots to talk about when it comes to European football, and we've got to kick things off with this.
Single-mindedness. The quality of being focused and determined on a single goal or purpose. The characteristic of being committed to an ideal. Every step you've taken has led you here. So blank out the noise and bend it to your will. Faith, ferocity, focus. Show them who you are. Welcome to the family.
Yes, welcome to the family. Arsenal have finalized the signing of striker Victor Gyökeres from Sporting Lisbon, reportedly for around £64 million. Convert that to euros, and it's 63.5 million for the Swiss striker, who will now wear the iconic jersey number 14, worn by a legend, Thierry Henry. And Gyökeres is coming into the season having scored 97 goals in 102 matches for Sporting. One of the most prolific South strikers this season. Now let's hear what he said at why he chose Arsenal apart from all those other clubs which came looking for the man.
What made you choose Arsenal?
It was the right club for me. What I could hear from Mikel and Andrea when I've been speaking with them, and just what I've seen the past years, how they've been playing football, and yeah, as well when I was playing against Arsenal last season, could really feel it. It was a very strong team and very difficult to play against. So yeah, that made me choose Arsenal, and of course all the history the club has and the massive fan base.
Yes, the history with the club. They've won lots of Premier Leagues. They've got Carabao Cup. They got FA Cups, and all. It's a team with enough history, enough trophies. I'm sure he had a parade, or he touched all of them when he came into the club. But with that deal done and dusted, Arsenal now plan to swiftly pursue Crystal Palace attacking midfielder Eberechi Eze, who is valued at roughly £60 million, despite the £68 million release clause that Crystal Palace are saying. So Eze is reportedly communicated his desire to join Arsenal, having agreed personal terms, and informed Crystal Palace of his intention to leave as negotiations are ongoing over payment structure. Arsenal are reportedly offering staggering installments and a possible player swap, maybe Reece Nelson. But internal concerns persist over tactical fit, threatening to stall progress. Now, if completed, these additions would further bolster Arsenal's summer rebuild following prior signings such as Martin Zubimendi, Kepa Arrizabalaga, Christian Norgard, Madueke, and Victor Mosquera. Now, Benjamin, all the signings, finally a striker. After how many seasons we've been clamoring the first time, they bought to the second time, the same thing, third, the same thing. We're saying they need a striker. But did Arsenal go for a strike or go for all the signings? Did they do the right thing at the wrong time? Now I'm looking at it's at last season was the best season for Arsenal to win the Premier League. Liverpool coming in with a new coach. They didn't make any signs apart from Frederick Chiesa, who basically didn't play anything or had no positive impact in them winning that Premier League title. You look at Manchester City, their worst season. Manchester United and Tottenham out of the fray, battling for a spot for Champions League. Chelsea in and around the corner, they're able to pull off a surprise from what we didn't expect. Brighton, Brentford, and the rest battling for a spot. Nottingham Forest being the closest, the closest to them. But now they've done the signings, but they're not the only people doing the signings. Manchester City have got Ryan Cherki, they've got Riyad Nuri, they've made the signings and all. Liverpool now, same thing. They didn't sign for almost 3 seasons and now they've decided to splash the cash for Leon Reitz. Who else? Jeremy Frimpong, Milo Kerkers. Even if it's possible, they might also add Alexander Isak to that. They've got Hugo Ekitike. Looking at who else to sign in Manchester United, yeah, they've got 2 more signings, Matheus Cunha and Brian Mbeumo. When you look at those signings, Chelsea, Joao Pedro being added to that squad, Liam Delap being added to that squad. They're going to make more signings to come. They are scouting Xavi Simons. Arsenal finally doing the signing, finally splashing the cash. Last season they could have gone for Isak. They were saying they could go for Isak, but they didn't. Now they finally done it. But are they doing the right thing at the wrong time?
I think no time is the best time to start doing the right thing. And we've had seasons where Arsenal should have won the league. We talked about last season, upper season, the season before that one, and then it's just those mistakes, primary school errors, I would say, that were actually the problem with Arsenal. And last season we thought that the players must have matured enough to have that experience, learn from their previous experiences, but it didn't work out. I think Arsenal, we've sat down here previously many times talking about Arsenal, how they need a goal scorer, might be just that number 9 that could be adding extra goals and reduce the scoring load from Bukayo Saka, Martin Odegaard, Martinelli, Trossard and co. But I think at the end of the day, they've had their man in terms of in person of Gyökeres, and then I don't still think that this is the season that Arsenal would win the Premier League, because clubs are actually recruiting. You talked about Liverpool, you talked about Man City, you talk about Manchester United. Even if I don't see United as a title contender next season, you talked Chelsea. You have to put Chelsea in that bracket because I think the players are beginning to get used to Enzo Maresca's way of playing, and they've had their hands into silverware since the man came, the Conference League and then the Club World Cup. I don't care what people talk about the Club World Cup and the Conference League that they've won. I believe a trophy is a trophy as long as it's a major trophy. For me, I think Arsenal, yes, they've done the right thing. Get that striker. It's now left for Mikel Arteta to actually, and his boys to actually tell us that this was the missing puzzle, because they've gotten the man, but can they actually go all the way? That's the question. For me, I don't think they will go all the way this season. I think they still need to get a few players. If they could get very cheesy, yes, the man have got a Premier League experience. He could deputize for Martin Odegaard. He could still play from the flanks. So I think they've done well. They've done well getting them, but I think they still need to get not just that striker. Kai Havertz here, they have Kai Havertz, but Arteta is one of those stubborn managers we've seen. The Premier League will start and you see Kai Havertz playing as a number 9 and then Gyökeres on the bench, or Gyökeres being played out of position. These are managers that are stubborn in their ways. You know, we saw Pep Guardiola use the false nine for a very long time until the man decided to go for Haaland, and we've seen what Haaland has brought to the man. So I think let's just fold our hands and see what and how Mikel Arteta gets to use Gyökeres. For me, I think the implementation and how you use the player does matter. You can decide to play the player from a different angle, and then the player start complaining and say, "This is not how I used to play. This is not my position," and all that. Arsenal needs to flush out dead woods to get quality players. That's the truth. If you look at Arsenal squad, they've got average players, you know, here and there. So they need to flush those players and then get quality players. They've signed the likes of Christian Nogard in replacement of what's his name, the Italian Jorginho, you know. So I think the likes of Reece Nelson needs to leave. Then quality players like Eberichieze needs to come in, you know, and then fill those positions. So for me, Gyökeres, they've signed Gyökeres, but I don't think Arsenal could win the league next season. And as for Gyökeres, yeah, he needs to. I'm sorry for Arteta, he needs to prove to us that Gyökeres or a striker was the missing link and was the reason why he's not been winning the league for the past 3 seasons. But would they go all the way to win the league next season? No, I don't think they could go all the way to win next season, the league next season. But they still need to play together and then get more quality players and then see how they can blend together. Hopefully they get to win the league in the nearest future, but for me, not next season.
Victor, coming over to you now. We all know coming into this season or coming into the whole transfer saga for Arsenal, there were 2 choices. There was Šeško and there was Gyökeres. And the reason why there were 2 choices was because the manager and Rebecca, the director, both had different choices. Yeah. Arteta wanted Gyökeres, and Rebecca wanted Benjamin Šeško. Now they've given Arteta what he wants, just like how they've done for the past few seasons, giving him what he wants. Does Arteta still deliver? And if he doesn't deliver with Gyökeres, is it a fault of he didn't do it when he was meant to do it, he wasted too much time, or Arteta isn't just the right fit even with all the tools at his disposal?
I feel if he doesn't do it this season with what he's gotten already, because if let's say he got Gyökeres last season, and let's say maybe the man did not stay for another season to get to score the number of goals he scored, we would have said he got the man in the same way Liverpool are getting Ekitike. The man has not proven yet, but the man has done it for like 2 seasons now. So we can say yes, he's proven, he's tested and trusted. So he's coming in now, scoring 97 goals in 102 appearances is no easy feat, irrespective of the fact that yes, he did it in the Portuguese league. So if Arteta does not do it this season, then I think it's his fault. It's not a case of if maybe he got the striker that he didn't want, that maybe Better wanted, we will say, okay, yes, this is not the case of what he wants, how it will fit into his team. But this is his own choice. So it doesn't matter when it came in. Just as you earlier said, I feel Arsenal knew the problem they had and how to fix the problem, but decided to wait too long. But the other teams are not going to wait. Arsenal are getting Gyökeres, fine and good, but you look at the other teams surrounding them, they're also working hard. Last season was the best chance for them to win the Premier League, because nobody saw Pep Guardiola's team doing what they did last season. Nobody saw Arne Slot coming in to win the Premier League. If you ask even the people that appointed Slot at Liverpool, they will say maybe a top 4 finish would have been the best outcome. But the man went on to win the league at the expense of Mikel Arteta. But you look at Arsenal this season, stories might still come in, especially if they don't get someone like Eberichieze. The fans will still tell you that the problem wasn't just the goal scorer, who will give the goal scorer the goals and all that. So I feel everything boils down now to Mikel Arteta, how he wants to set up this team. Just as Benjamin was saying earlier, Mikel Arteta sometimes wants to overthink. I don't know if he wants to prove his masterpiece. He wants to prove that yes, he is the man with the wisdom and all that. He might decide that the first 3 games, Kai Havertz starts in the number 9 position, and Gyökeres comes in from the bench, or maybe he decides to play Gyökeres from the left wing, and want to see something different. So if he doesn't get the results that Arsenal fans, the board of Arsenal, everyone wants to see, then it's all down to his fault. It's not anyone's fault. It's a case of not knowing how to use your tools. Because looking at this Arsenal team, they have one of the most balanced squad. Though we know that there are lots of deadwood in that team. I feel Alexander Zinchenko should be leaving that team. The man has no business with that team. Okay, Tomiyasu is out. I would have said Tomiyasu also needs to leave that team. Then this other man, the man that played the centre back position when Gabriel Magalhaes was out during Kivio also needs to leave that team, because you look at Arsenal, they have lots of left back. There is Ricardo Calafiori, there is Zinchenko, there is Kivio that can also play as a left back. Tierney just left the team. There are lots of players in one particular position. Then when you look at the creative aspects of the midfield, they have just Martin Odegaard. If you take out Odegaard, they will tell you that at this point there is no attacking midfielder, and that's true. There is no attacking midfielder. Trying to convert Ethan Nwaneri to play as an attacking midfielder when you know the man loves to come in from the right. And you look at Bukayo Saka. The only option there for Bukayo Saka prior to the coming in of Noni Madueke was just Ethan Nwaneri. But Madueke now can pose as a cover for just not just the right wing but also the left wing. Then there is Trossard in that team. So I feel Arteta has everything in his Arsenal. He has everything in that team. He has everything to even do better than what Arsenal fans are looking at. He has everything to even give a shot at the Champions League. But I don't know why will Arsenal be unveiling Gyökeres with the Champions League ball when they've never won the Champions League.
You didn't have to go there. I don't understand. We were all being peaceful here. And then you decided to come and cause trouble. Alright. When they call. No. When they start calling, now for you they go call, they go cut off your head. But Henry, it all started from Coventry. You see 116 appearances. After he was left off by Brighton, he went to Coventry. See, that's where his career kick started. For 3 goals in 116 appearances, 17 assists. He went to Sporting to score 97 goals in 102 appearances, 28 goals. And Arsenal. And you had to get the jersey number 14. And the last time Arsenal won the Premier League, that was squad 2003-2004. The top scorer there was Thierry Henry. That was their invisible season, yeah. It was 2003-2004. They finished in the Champions League quarterfinals. The League Cup, they finished as semi-finalists in the FA Cup too. But Thierry Henry in the league scored 30 goals. In all competitions, he scored 39. But in the league, 30 goals. He only missed 1 match. Gyökeres, number 14. What pressure does he face coming back? Yes, we know he's had a stint in the Premier League, but you won't say in top top English football. So the championship that he played at. But you're wearing the number, or you're giving the number 14 jersey. What is the pressure on him, knowing that he has to come into the squad and hit it running? How many goals are Arsenal fans expecting from him? Are they expecting that, okay, he comes and maybe we're expecting maybe like 10, 12 goals from you can just give us that? Or you're okay, are they expecting this man to come in and do as much as Thierry Henry did, or maybe even do at least the same that Thierry Henry did? Because that jersey holds a lot of meaning to Arsenal and Arsenal fans.
He's a striker that has been brought in to hit the ground running immediately. I think that's also part of the reason why Šeško was put one side, and Gyökeres ended up being the man, because you have to look at the commission and the price tag and the salary demands for someone you're buying for potential. That's why Berta decided to switch from Sesko to Gyökeres. But Gyökeres is a man for now. 95 was in 97 102 appearances for Sporting Lisbon. He scored more goals than games last season for Sporting Lisbon. So and the Swedish national team, that just shows the tremendous striking instincts you have in that man. Look, he's the man that is brought in to try and rake in the goals immediately. We're not looking at potential. We expect Gyökeres to hit the ground running immediately. That's why that signing was made. But my problem is my doubt when it comes to strikers from the Portuguese league. That's the thing. Strikers and forwards for the Portuguese league in recent years haven't really done well when they get to leave Portugal. Jackson Martinez, Darwin Núñez, comes to memory of recent. You have to look at the highest goal scorers. How well have they actually done outside the Portuguese league? So that's an area or another place of worry for us now. But I think it's all about create the chances first. Create the chances. Give Gyökeres the chances. Make it look more like a Núñez, whereby the chances have been there, but he hasn't been able to dispatch them. Not the man is starved of chances and he's struggling to get a foothold on games, and you start bashing him. I think Arsenal will create for him. It's just a matter of him putting the ball into the back of the net. And English football is not something that he's not used to. He was there with Coventry, played with Brighton, played with Coventry in the Championship. So I wouldn't say he will struggle with the physicality of English football, because the Championship tends to be very physical. It's now more about the pace and the energy of the English Premier League, which is somewhat different from what you will see in the Championship. But I think this is a signing that I feel will come good, because he's not coming as a young man, he's coming with experience. So and with what he's done, that confidence has to be very high on his own part. Confidence wise, he's on a roll, so he just has to keep up with that confidence. And how does he do that? Start scoring from the inception, start scoring from the onset. Arsenal, I don't think it's a bad signing. I think Arsenal has made a decent signing, because you have to ask yourself, how many top class strikers are actually available in the market at the moment? How many? Barring Osimhen, Haaland, Isaac, can you really think of any top class striker that is 26 years and below? I'm not adding Gyökeres because he's 27. How many top class strikers or world class strikers actually available that are 26 years and below, apart from these three guys? Nicolas Jackson.
Nicolas Jackson is there. Darwin Núñez is also there.
Nicolas Jackson and Darwin Núñez do not wear or do not lace the same boots with these guys. Sorry to say, but it's just.
I feel they just had a bad look at Darwin Núñez when he came into Liverpool. He had a better ceiling than Hugo Ekitike. He scored 30 plus goals.
Yes, for Benfica, I'm not doubting that. But I mean, you look at what has happened post Darwin Núñez coming in. It hasn't been what a lot of people expected or what we expected from Darwin Núñez. I mean, at that point when Núñez was coming, it was about Núñez and Haaland who score more goals. I think that question has been answered, and the debate is over and done and dusted. So I mean, you have to look at how many top class. I think Arsenal has gotten one of the best strikers available on the market, and technically, based on returns, he was the best striker available on the market. Yeah, him and Victor Osimhen. And him, then Victor Osimhen were the best strikers available on the market. So Isak looks like he might be available. Liverpool go for him, but Arsenal, do they have the capital outlay to actually go for Alexander Isak at this point in time? They've already signed Gyökeres, so they're not going for him. So I mean, that leaves you short of options. So I think Arsenal did a decent deal with Gyökeres, and I just think it's about keeping your fingers crossed and waiting, because every transfer is 50-50. You sign the player hoping it will work. Every player hopes, every club or every fan hopes their team signs a player and it works. But we all know that not every signing works. If your sabermetrics, your statistics, or your laptop guys, the department is so good, then you could have very high success rates like what Liverpool has had. I mean, you look at Liverpool's transfers and ask yourself, how many transfers haven't really worked? Naby Keita and Darwin Núñez. barring that, can you really place your finger on a signing that you say that hasn't played the role that they were expected to play for what they were brought in for? So I think barring them, most transfers, and because of how meticulous they tend to be, they don't rush into signing. Most transfers are actually 50-50. So Arsenal are hoping that Gyökeres can hit the ground running. But like I said, it's still fingers crossed. But if it's about the chances, I think you'll see the chances. It's not about the man finding the confidence to put the ball into the back of the net, which he definitely has with what he's been doing in Sporting Lisbon.
Okay, so guys, Scandinavian strikers in the Premier League, we're looking at Haaland, we're looking at and Victor Gyökeres. Now, we already did the Darwin Núñez Haaland comparison. Who's going to score more goals? Now, who's going to score more goals? Victor Gyökeres or Erling Haaland? We already said Victor Gyökeres from last season. From last season, Gyökeres was the best. Was the best Scandinavian striker.
Should I? Let me answer that question. When you look at there's a particular picture I saw online yesterday. When you look at the picture of Victor Gyökeres and you look at a certain Højlund, they look alike.
But Højlund is even Scandinavian. I forgot. He's Norwegian.
So if you look at both of them, they look like brothers. So I just think with that, if you just use your common sense, you understand.
I don't understand.
Okay, let me spell it out. Gyökeres might have scored 97 goals in Sporting.
Yeah.
But coming up against Haaland, that we know that everywhere he went to, he was scoring goals for fun. He cannot outscore Haaland. That's the truth. That's the truth. He cannot outscore Haaland. No matter, even if he's been placed on penalty duties at Arsenal, he will still not outscore Haaland.
Gyökeres go shock on now. Arsenal fans,
if still shock us, finish the season with 5 goals. I think that's a shocker too.
It's still a shocker, yeah.
Okay, it's still a shocker, but I meant in a positive way. Arsenal fans, what do you guys think? This man coming to the club, Victor Gyökeres, finally signed. What are you expecting the man to kick or hit the ground running with 20 plus goals? The man is wearing the shirt number 14, the same one Thierry Henry wore. And last time he won the Premier League. You guys won the Premier League. He was wearing that shirt. He was wearing that number. You guys were unbeaten, were invincible, and he scored 30 Premier League goals, 39 in all competitions. Only missed one match. Now, Victor Gyökeres, 97 goals, 102 appearances for Sporting Lisbon. Doesn't get bigger than that. And now, what are you expecting from Arsenal? What are you expecting from Victor Gyökeres? More goals, 20 plus goals, and if he doesn't hit it running, would that have been a fail? Or would I have said maybe we should have just gone for Benjamin Sesko? Also, how do you guys think he's going to fit into Arteta's plan? And Arteta and Bertha, one wanted the other one wanted the other. So if he doesn't fit into Arteta's plans, is it Arteta's fault or is it Gyökeres' fault for not being able to adapt? Also, looking at what next season is going to bring. Arsenal fans, you guys believe you started buying or started going for players when everybody decided to upgrade? You people were upgrading and everybody decided to upgrade too. So is that going to affect your title? Not title chances now. Chances to win a cup. Yeah. As if I say title now, I'm looking at just the Premier League title. No. The cup, any major trophy. Manchester City have upgraded. Liverpool have massively upgraded. Tottenham too. They've upgraded. Yeah, you can see they've upgraded. Manchester United to 2 new signings. Now they've upgraded. Yes, let's say they've upgraded. Newcastle, I think they are the only teams that everybody just plucking from them. But they did play Arsenal. I'll read out the score lines from the friendlies we've got. But 081095109510951. For the SMS and the WhatsApp, what's 0701-933-996. So after fans, let's talk. What do you guys feel about Victor Gyökeres finally signing? I've been seeing that Max celebration, and when asked about it, he said his friends just said they said he should change his celebration, and he can't. You just can't keep doing everybody's or other people's celebration. But now he has the Max celebration. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of that. He appeared in the match in Singapore for the unveiling for the crowd against Newcastle, where Arsenal fans won 3 goals to 2. I'll read out the scorelines and how it transpired. But Arsenal fans, how are you excited for Vitor Gyökeres coming over to the Emirates Stadium, and what are you expecting from Gyökeres in the long run? 0810-9510951 and 0810-9510951. Yes, the phone lines are still open. Let's get this call. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Hello, yes, I can hear you. Hello, this is.
Am I coming out here?
Yes. Hello?
There's nothing to jubilate about. Today you were calling Arsenal fans to tell you their feelings. It's just a one game, a pre-season game, one game. A season is a whole lot. That guy Victor has a lot of people to compete with, the likes of Mo Salah and the likes of TK, the likes of this guy in Newcastle, Isaac, and the almighty Haaland. And he has to come out and win the Golden Boot or cap up his season with a trophy before he knows that it has come to stay or he has made a statement. But for now, there is nothing to be jubilating about. That is my take.
All right. Thank you for that. Let's take this call. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Osas.
It's not us. It's Ovio Wallace. Yes, I know we sound alike.
My brother, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Sports Gang.
Yeah, give us your thoughts.
Ugo, I'm calling you from PH.
All right.
Yes, as an Arsenal fan, I think I'm so happy. We really yearned for the coming of Gyökeres, and now we've gotten it. And I really want to tell you that the guy will make an impact. So let us not conclude those who are those who are looking at Arsenal not to have secured any major trophy. With him, anything can happen. So he can start scoring goals with a combination of Gyökeres, Saka, Martinelli, the other guy from Belgium, Trossard. I call him a spirit. He does his wonders when you never even expected. So anything can happen. So I think that the season will be so interesting, so funny to watch.
Yeah.
So let's see how it goes. The season goes.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, let's see how the season goes. I'm actually excited for next season with all these new signings. I can't wait for someone to flop so I can come here and throw them in the mud. All right, the phone lines are still for 0810-9510951 for the SMS at the WhatsApp portal. You do the number 0701-933-996. I'll call them again slowly, but let's take this call first. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you.
Hello.
Yes, this is.
Good afternoon. This is Daniel coming for Uniform.
All right, Daniel, give us your thoughts.
Let me speak about the Arsenal. If they like, let them have the Victor Boniface. Let them have Victor Osimhen. Let them have Victor Gyökeres. They are not going anywhere.
Daniel, let me guess. You be Chelsea fan?
Yeah.
Atoka.
You see this Victor they have. If that have opportunity to remain for Chelsea next season, he will have goal more than Victor here. If Arsenal let them have all the Victor in the whole world, nothing for them. That's just the truth. We know their position, but this season they are going to end for 6th position. That's where they belong for this season. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Daniel. He believes Arsenal are going to end 6th. I just knew he was a Chelsea fan. Chelsea will come for you later, but 0810-9510951. I think I'll call it again, but it's too slow. 0810-9510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. It is 0701-933-996. So Arsenal fans, I'm sure you guys are excited for next season. I'm excited for next season too. Manchester City, imagine they feel with all these signings. Arsenal too, imagine they not carry anything. Chelsea, everything, imagine they not carry anything. Manchester United, I go come for them. Tottenham too, I go soon come for them. But lots and lots are happening in the world of football. Friendlies are currently going on. Arsenal, they can be happy. They did beat Newcastle earlier, 3-2. Yes, it started off with Elanga, the new signing, getting the goal in the 6th minute. Then equalizing was Mikel Merino, the 6th turn 9, getting the goal in the 33rd minute. Then they doubled their lead, making it 2-1 via an own goal from Murphy. And then the other Murphy, Jacob Murphy, decided to equalize in the 58th minute. And then in the 84th minute, a penalty from Martin Odegaard, giving Arsenal the win, 3-2. Yeah, Kai Havertz was the man in that number 9 position. Soon he's going to be another man wearing the number 14 jersey. He did come out in Singapore just to wave to the crowd and tell everybody hi and all. Barcelona also played Vissel Kobe, or is it Kobe? Kobe, all right, it's Kobe, not Kobe, because it's the same spelling as Kobe. So, but 3-2. I'm sure Manchester United fans or Rashford lovers are looking at how the man performed. He didn't spend much time on the field, but the scoreline added 3-1. Barca getting the first goal by Garcia. Then equalizing was Vise Kobo Miyashiro. Then Barca took the lead in the 77th minute by Baji, and Fernandes getting goal in the 87th minute. As Marcus Rashford came in the 46th minute for Rafinha, and left in the 78th minute for Pedro Fernandes. There's another team that also played yesterday, or played early hours of today, was Manchester United. 2-1, beating West Ham United. Two penalties. Okay, no, penalty for Bruno Fernandes to get them the win, to get them the lead. 5th minute, Jared Bowen. Bruno Fernandes now made it 2-0 in the 52nd minute, and then Jared Bowen put one back in the 63rd minute, but they weren't able to get the goal. Bruno Fernandes still being the savior for Manchester United. Matheus Cunha played. Brian Mbeumo hasn't made his debut yet. I'm sure Manchester United fans, you guys are excited for them. But speaking of Manchester United, that's where we head to now, to Old Trafford, as manager Ruben Amorim has invited the return of the so-called bomb squad. That is Jadon Sancho, Anthony, Alejandro Garnacho, and Tyrell Malacia. If their request transfer fees aren't met, they will come back to the squad. And now the quartet was excluded from the club's preseason tour in the US, and Amorim emphasized that they won't be sold cheaply. If offers don't reach the club's valuation, they will remain part of the squad. Now, what are their valuations? Let's look at it via the transfer market. Now, Jadon Sancho currently valued at 28 million euros. Anthony currently valued at 35 million euros. Alejandro Garnacho, pure profit, you could call him, 50 million euros. Tyrell Malacia, 8 million euros. You add all that, and that's 121 million euros. They spent 152 million euros on signing Matheus Cunha and Brian Mbeumo. But Benjamin, with holes to fill, are United pressured to sell these players now? And could other teams take advantage? If they are pressured, could other teams take advantage and try to bid lower than their evaluation?
Well, United have come out to say they want to sell Sancho, Garnacho, and Marcus Rashford. Well, we've seen Marcus Rashford go out on loan to FC Barcelona. It looks as though United. See, the truth is, the business is slow in United. You know, they have just added 2 players. their squad. That's Matthias Cunha and then Brandon Buemo. You know, when I called Brandon Buemo, something came on my head. I saw something on X. A United fan in UK said Buemo is the oldest 25-year-old. But anyways, that's a topic for another day. I think the business is slow, and why is the business slow? United does not have that money to splash right now. They don't want to bring out that money to splash. So I think the earlier they sell these players off that they don't want, the better for them, because that's how you get money to actually spend. I wish Bruno Fernandes was sold to Saudi. The money should have been used for something else. But at this point in time, the man is still at United. So United doesn't have that luxury of money to spend. At the end of the day, what they need to do is you have to sell these players, Garnacho, Sancho. You have to sell them early enough so you can have money to actually spend and get other players. So for me, if they don't get to sell these players before a week to the end of the transfer window, then they would have to go with whatever comes their way, either loan or they just want to get these players off their wage books. That's how it is. For United, it is slow. I wonder why they don't want to get, splash out the cash and start spending money, because they didn't qualify for anything. So they would have to spend more in terms of players' wages and salaries, but they don't want. So I think they will have to do with what they have. They would, if nobody comes for the right offer doesn't come for these two players, then they don't have any choice than to integrate them into the team. Because right now we've not heard that a club is actually bidding for Jordan Sancho or what's it called, Alejandro Garnacho, or the Brazilian.
Anthony.
Reports have it that NASA are interested in Anthony too.
Yeah,
Anthony rather. So so what they need to do is get that offer. Hopefully Anasa get to sign the man and they get money to spend. If not, I don't see United signing any player. At most, what they would need to do is just get 3 players, because the money is not there if they don't get to sell these players. But if they get to sell these players, then we might see more than 3 players coming into United before the end of the transfer market.
I feel Anasa coming in for Anthony's the hopes of that is already dead, because Joao Felix has already almost completed. Joao Felix is almost completed. So what's the essence of getting a left-footed attacker when you've already so I just feel Joao Felix at this point is way better than Anthony. So and NASA already completing the deal. Imagine Cristiano Ronaldo getting to play with his fellow Portuguese compatriot. So I just feel Anthony will still be there, hoping that maybe Real Betis could actually come back into maybe make his stay there permanent stay there in the La Liga. But United and the Deadwood will just continue, because if you look at these players that they want to ship out, the bomb squad as you call them, even the players that are going to stay and play and prosecute games in the EPL are not even better than the ones that are leaving. Because you look at Manchester United players, none of them currently can say yes, can beat their chest to say yes, they are very much good at what they do. No disrespect to the United squad, but you look at this United squad, and as a United fan, you just feel this squad is not growing, because gone are those days when you could see a United squad on paper and you feel this is 3 points already in the bag. When I watched their preseason game against Leeds United, I just felt this was Burnley playing against Stoke City, because the creating chances was 0. You couldn't see this United team create chances. I didn't watch the game that was played the early hours of today, but I just feel this United team needs to step up. If possible, let them inculcate more of these young talents from the academy. The likes of Haven, the likes of Kobe Mino should also be given more time to play. Ruben Amorim has come in and frozen the man out after his injury. The man has not been getting the luxury of time that he got when he played under Eric Ten Hag. So I just feel United needs more of these young players, more of these hungry players, so they could actually maybe put up that energy, put up a good fight for United, because football next season wants to see fights, not just from two teams hustling for the title, but also from teams. Let's see the traditional big six at the beginning of the season. Let's see them drag for something very, very remarkable. Let's see them go toe to toe for the title, and not just seeing Manchester City or maybe Arsenal dragging for the title, and then United being there, winning one and losing the next three. Let's see that traditional fight from the big six.
Let's see the traditional fight. Hopefully, everybody comes back in top form next season, and we see them going at it with each other again. But Henry, already inviting them already indicates, or inviting them back already indicates that is a possibility that they might not be sold. Anthony, Malaysia, and the rest. But could these guys be integrated into the squad? Could they be used in the squad if all doesn't go well? Because Manchester United right now, they don't have the pool. They might have the money, but they don't have the pool. And you look at the players they've got in Brian Mbeumo and Matheus Cunha, both almost reaching almost 200 million euros, and what they've gotten so far, they don't have the pool. But these players, would they still be beneficial to the team going forward, or what's your take on the whole issue?
I don't think United will sell all of them off this summer. Luckily, maybe Saudi Arabia could help with that. There are more big teams that are trying to pop up. The big four backed by the PIF, Al Qadsiya backed by Aramco, Neom is also another, and there's I forgot the name of this other PIF backed club. So I mean, there are many places. Al Nassr are interested in Anthony. They're trying to build a squad that is as good as Al Hilal's or Al Athlete's squad. So I mean, there are options. Juve are interested in Sancho. So it's just about the fact that they gave a very low offer in their first offer to United, but are they willing to go as high as 25 million for Sancho? Not really. I think the guy hasn't really lived up to expectations since his Dortmund days, since he came to United. So I don't know, but you might want to say 25 million pounds seems like a fair price in today's market. But for a club like the Juve that are not as strong as they used to be financially some years back, I think that 25 million has to be properly spent. They can't afford making a huge mistake spending 25 million players. Then you know have to start offloading him or taking him off your books, and which club will be really not able to pay a huge amount of money for him. Alejandro Garnacho's one is actually a tricky case because of you have to look at how much United are putting on him. But funny enough, even if it's 40 million, it's still pure profit for United because it's regarded as an academy player. So I think for Garnacho's one, Garnacho would still have been in the plans if he didn't have a falling out with Amorim. The problem with Garnacho is Amorim doesn't want him now because of the falling out they did have. But the thing is that Garnacho's own could be salvaged in the sense that maybe they just find a way to put their issues behind them and look to work together. But by looks of things, Amorim doesn't want a divisive character in his dressing room, and that's sort of what Garnacho is. Why talk about the fact you didn't start the Europa League finals? It just didn't make any sense. And dude, you haven't done anything in your career to warrant making noise. Truth be told, you haven't done jack. He hasn't done anything. I'm trying to be careful with the words I use now because these are points where you just probably use all of those non radio friendly words, but he hasn't done anything to actually want to feel as big as he's trying to feel. So I think Amorim is trying to get that out of his dressing room.
The land of blind men, man, we get one eye and a king. United are so bad, so everybody feels like that he's the king. Rashford felt the same way, right? He's thrown out of the door. What's his name? Alejandro Garnacho is feeling the same way. So I think Henry's spot on. The man is just trying to look at everybody to be on equal, even if everybody is not going to be equal, right? But you just have to look at it that everybody should be on equal scale.
Yes,
it's about the team and not your own preference.
I mean, the only player that you feel has earned that sort of right currently United with the way he performs is Bruno Fernandes, and that's the only player I feel that has earned that sort of right. See, for Garnacho, it's not like their lack of offers. Napoli are interested, but the man just wants to stay in England. Now, a lot of the English clubs that that will be willing to bring out that 40 to 60 million to splash are trying to circumvent PSR. Aston Villa will not bring out. If Aston Villa had made it to the Champions League, probably you'll be looking at them willing to bring out the money or something very close. But they will not be willing to because of PSR. Newcastle are battling with PSR themselves. They are looking to either sell Gordon or Isak. Isak is a no-go area, but they might have to consider it because of PSR. But Gordon looks like the most likely to go if PSR is factored in for Newcastle, and they have to factor in PSR because they are not really at the healthy financial state to avoid any issues as regards any fine or any repercussion. So Newcastle will not, Aston Villa will not, Chelsea are not willing to spend this amount of money, and since they are going for Xavi Simons, I don't think there's any need for Chelsea to go for him again. Arsenal are not even interested. Liverpool, they are not even looking that way. Tottenham, it doesn't look like it. Maybe if Son goes, we could have see a shift for Tottenham, and especially with Morgan Gibbs-White signing a new contract with Nottingham Forest and staying. Who else again will be willing to spend? Fulham will not. Crystal Palace won't. So you're not asking yourself, what are the options to actually offload Garnacho for that high amount of money? And the man wanted to stay in England. He shunned Napoli. Okay, barring Napoli, who are willing to sign, which other club will willing to dollar that amount of cash for Garnacho? So I think United has to be realistic and collect an offer between 30 to 45 for Garnacho if they want to offload Garnacho. Sancho, they have to be realistic. 25 is not realistic. Nobody will give you 25 for Sancho. Maybe 15 to 20. I know I'm being realistic. Anthony, barring Saudi Arabia, unless you're able to find a way to offload this guy to Saudi Arabia, and Garnacho will not want to go to Saudi Arabia. Sancho is looking at it. Maybe if I have one good season, I could make it to the World Cup. I could be on the plane to the USA, Mexico, and Canada. So why would I want to go to Saudi? Although Tuchel has proven with calling up Ivan Toney that he doesn't really care, just be playing where you're playing and be doing well where you're doing, and I'll call you up to the national team as far as you are part of the old setup for a period under Gareth Southgate, and Sancho was in part of the setup initially under Gareth Southgate. So you're not asking, how do you offload these guys to pay this humongous amount of money for players that haven't performed for close to 3 or 4 seasons without it being Saudi Arabia? Chelsea are lucky. Felix, the deal is about 50 million euros. Chelsea has cashed out. That was funded.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, it's about 50 million euros. They're getting about 46 million pounds. Chelsea has made up for what they spent on Joao Felix by shipping him off to Saudi Arabia. They might be lucky with Anthony because reports have it that NASA are willing to put between 40 to 50 million pounds on the table for Anthony. And it's like this because of the man went to Real Betis in the second half of last season and balled. He performed. That's why it is for. But for Sancho, it was still pretty much a below par average season with Chelsea. Garnacho, as much as he was sort of like a shining light in the knockout stages of the Europa League, was a below par season for Garnacho. So how do you expect to rake in the amount of money or the amount of money you're looking for this guy? So I think we're in a situation whereby one might stay, most likely Garnacho by the looks of things, and I don't know how that helps his market value going into January or the summer. It doesn't, especially if he doesn't play and Amorim doesn't want him. So I think United have to reduce their asking price to see these guys out totally. And clear the squad, rake in the profit, rake in the money. As much as it might not be as much profit as you want, rake in the money and use it, because Amorim needs to spend. United messed up by giving Ten Hag a new contract and still giving him money to spend. Ten Hag spent a lot of money over his 3 transfer windows in United. Now, Amorim, you're bringing a new manager who is so rigid and, will you say, so trusting and hell-bent on his style. And he needs to spend to bring in players that fit his style. And United cannot spend as much as he wants. So it's a problem. I mean, if he was in Arne Slot's shoes now, he would be so happy. Because the 200, almost 300 million pounds you're talking about spending, he would have used it to change certain areas of his squad that has built the skeleton. By January or the next summer, he's putting the muscles together. Then by the 3rd season, he has the body full. Even by the next summer, he would have put the muscle and the body together. And the flesh together. So, I don't know how United are planning to go around it, but there's still a lot of a new goalkeeper probably looking at it. A loan offer for Emi Martinez has been turned down by Aston Villa. They need another defender, a centre-back probably. They need another midfielder. And they need a striker. That's 4, at least to start. You've created the skeleton. But depth is now another place you have to look at. Luckily, they're not in Europe, so they won't have much issues with depth this summer or this season. So it's just about managing what you have, but quality enough that can get you into the top 4 or 5, depending on what qualifies you for the Champions League next season in England. And when the Champions League money reaches, you can go in again and have a healthy transfer window. But it is what it is. The man has to make do with what he has. But I don't know who. Sancho, my problem is the asking price, that 25 million, because I don't think there's any Premier League club that actually really wants Sancho. And especially and his wages too. His wages, okay, he was willing to take 150.
He was willing to take a pay cut,
150 in Juve. But how many Premier League clubs, as much as they have money?
Chelsea offered 200, gave him 200. He refused. Now 150.
Fulham will not pay him 150. Tottenham will not pay him 150, even if Tottenham can afford it. Brentford will not pay him 150. Crystal Palace will not pay him 150. Which other club again? Aston Villa will not be willing to take this deal. Unless maybe Morgan Rogers leaves, and we all know they don't get ready to let Morgan Rogers go for anything. Even Oli Watkins, they're holding tight or holding on to Oli Watkins. Talk more of Morgan Rogers that looks like the future of the club. So I don't know how United will navigate this. I think most of them will still go, but if there's anyone that there might be doubts about him going, it has to be Garnacho, and maybe to some extent Tara Malacia, because you're asking yourself, what would the offer be for the man? He went to PSV, and PSV is his home team. A Dutch club didn't sign him or didn't want to keep him permanently. So you're now asking, where do they find a buyer for Malacia, who has spent most of his time in United on the doctor's table? He hasn't had any stretch of performances, even on loan, to actually make anybody want to be seriously interested in the man. Maybe luckily one of the mid-table Bundesliga clubs could come in, but 8 million, quite a fair price. You could get clubs that would be willing to pay that amount of money. But let's see how it unfolds. There's still some time on the transfer window. You're still talking about a month and 4 days or 5 days before we get to kiss the summer transfer window closed or bye-bye. So there's still a lot that can unfold. We saw how Joao Felix escalated within days. It was Benfica in advanced talks. Al Nassr came and hijacked. We saw how Luis Diaz, although the Bayern talk has been there, but we have seen how it has escalated. We saw how Ekitike escalated. We have seen how Issa could escalate. We've seen how deals are Xavi Simons. So there's still enough time for United to get these deals across the line. If Anthony moves to Al Nassr, that is one off the books. You're not looking for what to do with Sancho, Garnacho, and Malacia, and maybe raking the same money for Amorim to put back into the squad. But let's wait and see how it unfolds. But I think there's still small time for United. But I think they also have to be realistic with some of their valuations as well.
All right, realistic. Looking at Jadon Sancho, 28 million euros, Anthony, 35 million euros, Alejandro Garnacho, 50 million euros. Among the four, Tara Malacia, who has 8 million euros, he's the only one with pure profit. But 121 million, if they do sell all four players, they will get. But Manchester United fans, what do you guys feel? What are you guys feeling from these four players, from their prices? Do you think you can actually get something, or should the prices be actually reduced? Jadon Sancho, maybe from 28 million, maybe 20 million, maybe 15 to sell him. Maybe Anthony, from that 35, you put 20. Maybe Garnacho can still stay at that 50, or you put 40 for him. And Tara Malacia, that 8 million. I'm not even going to reduce that thing, go 5 million. But I say a big loss. But it's a loss all in all from the 121, because Sancho was brought in for almost 100. Same thing with Anthony, brought in for almost 100, and then you're not even getting up to half of what you actually got these players for. So, Manchester United fans, is there pressure to sell these players? You need money, and what are the positions you actually need to fill up? The goalkeeping position, we know it's something that needs to be filled up. The striking position, also, we know that you're in talks with Benjamin Sesko, which Newcastle might want. You're not leaving.
No, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I don't want to go to United.
I don't ask you, Benjamin.
You say Benjamin now?
I said Benjamin Sesko. You're Benjamin. No be Aqua United you play for.
Oh, this is not my son.
Okay. No. Your son no be Barca they play for.
Oh, okay, Barca.
All right, Manchester United fans, 08109510951. For the SMS and the WhatsApp port, it is open as usual, 0701 933 9962. How would you want to know? Will you keep these players or sell them, or are you pressured to actually sell them? You need the money. They all need the money. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Daniel. I call back on behalf of Manchester United because I know that they don't have air time.
Okay.
And quickly, let's go to the business. The price of Ganacho, I have a fixed price for all of them. And we can check, maybe man, you can check Ganacho like 12 million pounds. Then maybe like, what is it called? Chance to, because you have a big mistake. Get the offer you 200, they refuse. But now your money has been dropped. For me, let them push all of them to know. When they tell them to move, the next man you go back to their feeder. Maybe from their feeder, they may get some prayer there. But you are talking about goalkeeper. Man, you have the best goalkeeper in the world. I don't think they have any error for that goalkeeper because when they were chasing Onan at that time, I remember what they do to their former keeper and the guy. The man you foresee the guy career, the guy was nobody. So now they're having the same issue with the goalkeeper. Let them need that man, need the keeper. They come out, you have the best keeper. They don't have any issue there. If they don't have any money to, they can say they are giving right from there. They can get money to buy some prayer. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Daniel. Good afternoon. All right, 08109510951. The SMS and the WhatsApp portal also open 0701-933-9962. I'll be heading there soon. But Manchester United fans, 28 million for Jadon Sancho. Is it not too much? Anthony, 35 million. It's not too much. What you don't do? Garnacho, 50 million. It's too much for the boys. 40 million go do you now. Tara Malasha, 8. If I say Malasha supposed to go on free safe. Malasha supposed to go on free.
Buy Anthony, then use Malaysia as settle him.
And let's take this call. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, my name.
I can't hear you. The line is breaking. Hello? I can't hear anything. The line is breaking. I can't hear you. I didn't get your name. I didn't get where you're calling from. The line was just shaky. So do call back. Maybe find where you can get better connection. Find where there's mast, that big mast. Or maybe change the network provider you're using to call. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, this is. All right. Give us your thoughts. And please reduce the volume of your radio set. I can still hear my voice.
I hope it's okay now.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
I followed the program late because I was in the.
Wait. Like.
God forbid, I know people Man U fans, so. But me, I come for banter for them.
Okay.
Sancho then say, how much? 28.
For Sancho, 28 million euros.
28 today is more now. Made them keep on 35. Then Garnacho. Made them leave. Me, I don't want to make any of those players come up from Man U so that Man U not go buy any player this season. Because those players they're not going to get place to replace players. So make them did there so that Man U going to suffer more and more. Yes. Then for Liverpool, I want to know how their Isak day they go. How they see the favors. Because we won't punish Man U, Martina this season very well.
Oh, Liverpool fans, they go cry.
They will cry for our hand. We know they make noise, but all those people they will do now make Liverpool's fans start to make noise. Because yes, so I want to make them leave them like that. Make them not come out any chingam from those players they are asking price. Make them leave them like that so that they know if he come out. Yes.
All right. Hopefully, may Liverpool no go best of. Where is it starting not? There you go, call. They can still call for you. Liverpool fans. I have a friend at the Liverpool fan. And the boy, every small thing, they go cry. They go cry next season. The Pepe Den gang, Liverpool fans, they don't make anybody hear one. Them are Chelsea fans.
Ovie, just imagine Liverpool gets to add Alexander Isak.
They go cry. They go
cry.
You know when you eat Yoruba woman food.
Mama, especially this cold weather.
Not so good.
I like this guys in the studio. Let's take this compet. But all right, 0810-951-0951 on the SMS and the WhatsApp port 0701-933-996 to 28 million for Sancho, 35 for Anthony, Alejandro Garnacho, 15 million, Tara Malasha, 8 million, a total of 121 million. They've already spent 152 million, almost half of what this person spent last season. Eric Ten Hag. They've already spent it on 2 players already. Let's take this call. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, this is name, location. Where are you calling from?
Yes, my name is Abuki. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, give us your thoughts.
I'm a Manchester United fan. Very proud of it. You understand? I know
Yeah.
go on from this bantery. Me, I ready for
Bring it
banter.
on,
Me, I
bring
dey
it
love-
on, bring it on. We don't run.
I like bantering football when I'm watching it. The season have not started. Even though you not sign player, me, I no fear. Whether Ghana to go, whether time to go or stay, I'll be very, very comfortable with them. You understand? We don't do mistakes, we say we don't do mistakes, but let's Manchester United know how to fix their mistake and then give me that joy back. Because I'm hot right now like this. The way the fans are calling, bantering, and telling me that they go for beat, it cannot be Manchester United fan. Never did something be equal, you understand? Watch or not be wish now in doing so, I make a win. But as I talk to you like this now, Man will bounce back next season.
Okay.
Believe me, Man will bounce back no matter what the fans they talk now. Let them just stay calm. Somebody calls them, Man fan no get credit to call. Who told you that one? Who told that one then?
They don't call. They don't call.
Yes, now they don't. People don't call now. Let them come out now. Make we banter the football. Let them bring another topic more banter.
Oh yeah, now
Whether
so all these players like this now, if they stay for your team, you go there happy now.
I go there happy now because the mistake don't they there now. Make we just at least manage them until when the money don't come. Because if you look at the wages now, if you come and accumulate plenty players, money no go there now. Where you go take the pay them now? Already now the mistake don't there now. So me, I don't fear. I'll be very, very comfortable, but they go bounce back. The problem now, not to say Sancho no good. The guy is good, but if you look at him now, you play under so many coaches with different admin, tactics and every other thing. So now, waiting they fall am like this. I don't believe the Sancho go the fumble like this, but nevertheless, I believe my guy go bounce back. He go give me that joy. When I sit down for viewing center, I go get happy. That is me. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Manchester United fans, they say, "Oh, I no get credit call. One don't call. We could count." 0810-951-0951 and 0701-933-996. So let's head over to the SMS and the WhatsApp portal to get some text, and then we continue with the story because, of course, Chelsea are on the menu. Why won't Chelsea be on the menu? This one says, Sports Crew. If you are not following Liverpool inwardly, you won't know what Liverpool is doing. Isak is not Diaz's replacement. Ekitike is Jota's replacement. He can play in multiple positions like Wits. Frimpong can debut for. After Isak signing, the attention turns to the defense. Magay will be signed. Palace is demanding 50 million for a player whose contract is left with 12 months to go, and Liverpool do not want to pay that. Hopefully, they will sell him close to the end of the window. Liverpool holds the key at this moment because Palace wouldn't lose Gay on a free. Don't mind what Slot is saying. Coaches like Klopp don't reveal transfer plans in media. Nunes is going to Al Hilal. Age offer is coming for him. John from PH. This one says Arsenal fans are always happen at the beginning. Okay, I think it was right happy at the beginning of the season transfer period, but we'll be sad at the end of the season. With a slogan, we will win it next season. Their new signing won't add anything better than how Arsenal team was in the last season. I pity them, Sha. Thank God you kept me abreast with the history that is over 20 years now. Arsenal lifted the EPL trophy. Now, wow. I don't think any striker in EPL can outscore Haaland for now, except Rasmus Højlund of Manchester United. Okay, I see you were being sarcastic there because you put the ha. Michael Neumot. Okay, you continue saying Arsenal. Okay, you repeated the message. You sent it twice. All right, 0810-951-0951, the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. It is 0701-933-9962. This one from the SMS portal says, "Good afternoon, guys. My name is Glenn and came Abel. You all are doing marvelously well. Keep it up. Please, I need updates on Chelsea transfer because I really want them to get another goalkeeper to help Robert Sanchez, one central defender and one natural winger. Man, I just go by everybody. One I get never done. 0810-951-0951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701-933-9962. Yeah, the phone lines are still open 08109510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701933996. To Arsenal fans, Victor Gyökeres is signing for the club. What are you expected from him next season to hit the ground running with 20 plus goals? He wears the number 14 jersey, the same that Thierry Henry wore. What are you expecting from the man next season? Arsenal also Arteta signing him. If you guys don't win a major trophy next season, can we put the blame on Arteta this time that maybe he isn't just the right man to get you guys over the hurdle? Manchester United too. Keep Anthony or the bomb squad or find a way to sell them sharp. Let's take this call. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you. Oh, please reduce the volume of your radio set.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
All right, yes. Yeah, now. Reduce it where I'm still hearing myself.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
Please.
Yeah, this is my first time calling.
Your first time calling? Okay.
Yeah.
Woo! Welcome. Yes,
okay,
your name, your location, where are you calling from?
Okay, my name is Stanley. I'm coming from Rumudara.
Alright, give us your thoughts.
Okay, I want to talk on the Manchester United issue you guys have been talking of. I'm a Manchester United fan, and I believe Manchester United will bounce back. And for those guys you mentioned,
Garnacho, Malaysia.
Let's keep Garnacho, Sancho, and Malaysia can go. Thank you very much. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We always do our best to serve you, our listener, you, our fans, the utmost, the best. And I would say we're in the kitchen cooking. 0810-9510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp also 0701-933-996. So Manchester United fans, Arsenal fans, Victor Gyökeres has finally signed. Is it the missing piece to a major trophy this season? Also, Manchester United fans, I've already read out the prizes you people have placed on the so-called bomb squad. Jadon Sancho 28 million, Anthony 35 million, and Garnacho pure profit 50 million, Tara Malaysia 8 million, all in euros. You've already spent 152 million on Matheus Cunha and Brian Mbeumo. Are you pressured to sell these guys? You need money to get to fill up or plug up other holes in the team, or are you comfortable if they do stay? Or you want maybe like 2 should go and 2 should stay? 0810-9510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port to 0701-933-996. Just head over to the blue side of London. That's Chelsea, and your Felix is on the brink of joining our Suffolk package, reportedly worth between £44 million and £48 million, including add-ons on a heavy sell-on clause. Now, this deal nearly recoups the £45 million Chelsea paid to sign him permanently for just last summer, resulting in a minimal loss or even a small profit once Milan's £5 million loan fee is factored in. Now, despite interest from Benfica, Saudi side on Nassar have hijacked the transfer, offering the financial package that meets Chelsea valuation. Felix is reportedly preparing for medical in Saudi Arabia, where he is expected to reunite with Cristiano Ronaldo on the coach George Jesus. Benjamin, 45 or 44 to 48 million. Let's put it at 48 million because that is the highest price or the highest they can get for the man from Saudi. Joao Felix, is he actually worth 48 million? And is Saudi spoiling our football?
It doesn't matter what is what. This is Saudi. If you get money, you go supermarket within a red 1,000. If you just buy like buy at 1.5, dash the money money. Tell the person who did this the stand. So you just go and get something for yourself. That's how it is. So I think Chelsea will be smiling to. If the deal goes through, Chelsea will be smiling to the bank because they've had this is more or less like selling the man for more than what you got him for. I know since Felix came to Chelsea, the man has been first on loan, didn't perform very well, was returned back to Atletico de Madrid, went back to Barcelona, they didn't cut it out.
AC Milan too.
AC Milan, they didn't cut it out. Chelsea, bought him and then loaned him to, I think, Milan at some point.
They loaned him too.
The man didn't really perform very well, and the Saudi, they're doing right now, just pray for Saudi to come. That's what it is. And Saudi came and they are into negotiations now. So I think for Chelsea it's a good deal. What's his name? Todd Bolly wouldn't even want to think about it twice. The man has made profit from a player that has not even given anything to the club. So it's a good deal.
A good deal for them. What do you feel about the deal, Victor? 48 million. In fact, this Chelsea boys, with this Chelsea. First, okay, let's say Jackson, 100 million. They are evaluating him to Manchester United. Let's even cut it down. The least they can get maybe an 85 or 80. The way that's it. Are those two prices actually justified, or is Chelsea giving it to Manchester United? You know that they are desperate to sign a striker, and they need one this season. And some will say Jackson is better than Haaland. Some will say Haaland is better than Jackson. It's up for debate. I do not know. For your Felix, 48 million pounds justified. And is it because it's Saudi we can actually up the price? He might even go for 50 at the end. Who knows? Or maybe even 51 at the end. Is it because it's Saudi? And what is Saudi doing to our football? Because you're looking at it now. We're talking about Jadon Sancho, and say where could he go to Saudi? It's only Saudi that are able to table that offer. You're also looking at Al Hilal also going for Isak. Premier League teams might want to pay 120. They can bump it up to 150 or 170. They do not care. If Newcastle or if Isak didn't say he wants to go to Liverpool, I'm sure Newcastle, without blinking, maybe because of the PSR, they are Al is owned by the same company, the PIF, with them. So maybe, but if it was all different and they came for 170, I'm sure they would, without a doubt, not look back, not hesitate, and grab that. So first of all, we have our price tag, and then Saudi Arabia and the money they are trading about on European players or players in general.
First off, you need to look at Joao Felix. At some point in his career, he was bought from Benfica for 120 million. It's just that things haven't gone the right way for the man. The trajectory hasn't been going very well for the man, because the man left. He left Benfica, and since then the value hasn't skyrocketed the way it's supposed to be. That's why we feel 48 million is more of a good deal. Believe me, Joao Felix is that kind of. When he was at Benfica, he is that kind of player that you can say yes, being bought for 120 million. Maybe the next time is beating the Neymar record of 200 million. So I feel Joao Felix, if the man picks the form that we know him to be in, then 48 million is a steal. But when you look at what Saudi have been doing, they don't really care. They know that the only way they can entice a player to leave the European shores and come over to that side is by spending the money. What else is there? Sometimes the European teams, when they want to sign a player, they look at they put out the projects of that team. Maybe we'll be competing in the Champions League. You get to play with good players like Mbappe. You get to play with players like Valverde. Then those players might say, oh, I'll get to play with these world-class players. Maybe let me jump ship. And also they might say, okay, the history of the club. If Al Nassr are coming for a player, what history do they have? They don't have the history. Sometimes the history is what makes certain players want to leave and go to that club. So if the Saudi clubs do not have all these, they don't have the Champions League, they have their own Champions League, but you can't compare it to the UEFA Champions League. So the money is just what they have. At some point, that was during the they came with 70 million for Darwin Núñez, which Liverpool rejected. And currently, Liverpool have been trying to ship out Darwin Núñez for even 60 million. No European team are willing to pay, because they can offer better. Not in terms of the finance, but they can offer better. They can offer good football, and they feel, for the fact that they can offer good football, they don't need to pay that much for the player. Then the other question you asked about Manchester United, they knowing fully well that because they need a striker, clubs will be increasing the money. It's normal. It happens in football. Once you show a bit of desperation, clubs will want to make use of that. That is why sometimes some clubs will come out to say they are not in need of a defender. Just like what Arne Slot said when we started off the show. Arne Slot said he doesn't need a defender, but we know he needs a defender. We're coming out to say yes, he needs a defender. We'll be sending Crystal Palace the wrong message. Crystal Palace might decide because they need a defender, they will pay at all costs to get Maguire, and knowing fully well that Maguire has just a year left on his contract, might decide to just increase the money for the man. So clubs do not want to be to be thrown under the bus, knowing that yes, they can be maybe used. It can be used against them. When you come out to say we need a striker, by all means, you buy a striker for 50 million. A striker that is not even worth 20 million, you buy him for 50 million. We've seen it happen lots of times. When Andy Carroll left Newcastle to Liverpool, he just scored about, if I'm not mistaken, about 10 league goals then. And for the fact that yes, he was that hot prospect then, and they really needed a striker, that's why they had to pay that huge amount of money for the man. So once you show desperation, clubs will want to use it. Maguire was bought for 80 million because they really needed a defender. So once you show desperation, Jackson will even cost for 150 million.
All right, 08109510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port 0701933996. We've got a few minutes before the guys for the second half comes to talk about I'm sure the Super Falcons, and the party is still raving, the party is still wild. Last night Mission X was completed, but before then it is European football. We're talking about Chelsea and your Felix, 48 million for the man. Is this right? And Saudi Pro League, or the Saudi Pro League, spending on the players. What do you guys feel about that? Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Daniel. Call you back.
All right, Daniel, go on.
Yeah, Jao Penny, price of 48 million fans. But for me, even on that, the price is still more. Just as you say, if the guy knows from, I wish he played about 30 complete next season. I believe that the money should be another kind of 70. But with that, there's no problem. I didn't even bother myself for more. I was thinking that maybe the guy will play ball for Europe, but if he is going for Saudi, it's even better for so that we can get the money then from there, we'll get other players to play for the team. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Daniel. 08109510951, the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. Up on the 0701933996. So let's get this call. Hello, caller. Good afternoon to you.
Yes, good afternoon. Simeon Jude.
This is who?
Simeon Jude.
Jude, give us your thoughts.
All right, thank you. Nice job you guys are doing on this rainy Sunday evening / afternoon. Okay,
Thank you.
let me say kudos to our Super Falcons for making the X Factor a reality yesterday. And for me, Joao Felix going for that amount, I think it's small. Because that guy still has some potentials in him that him alone knows what's doing him anyway. But it's good that he's going. And United, if you see Jackson, he's good at front of goals most times. But most times, I don't know if it's however mentality that is doing him. So that amount that Chelsea has placed him on, it's a good one. So any club that needs an attacker, they should come for him so that Xavier Simons and Hato can just join this club World Cup team so that we'll just hit the season going. Thank you very much. Nice job you guys are doing.
All right, thank you. 08109510951, 0701933996. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Hello. Oh, missed that call there. The phone lines are still open. Let's head over to the SMS and the WhatsApp. What this one says from the WhatsApp. For me, Manchester United have strong defense line, and that is why their goalkeepers keep being flopped. Okay, does he have a strong defense line? And that's why their goalkeepers keep being flops. I can never blame a goalkeeper whose defense line is fragile. Also, no matter how much Manchester United signed Garnacho or Sancho or Anthony, you can sell them below the expected price with the aim of building your squad stronger. Advice to that Manchester United coach Michael Nelmot. 0810-9510-951. That's the phone lines. 0701-933-9962. Got a few minutes, a few seconds left for Osas comes in to take you guys on a Nigerian football. But quick update from the Belgian Grand Prix, the Francorchamps, yes, and 35 laps gone already out of 44 laps. And can you guess who's on number one? Can you guess? Well, why would it be Max Verstappen? I don't understand.
Lando.
Oscar, of course, Oscar Piastri. I already said it before. Oscar, wait till Lando define. But Lando is second. He started from P1. P3 is still Charles Leclerc. He started third on the grid. He's still third. Max Verstappen still keeps to that fourth spot. He started fourth on the grid. Fifth and sixth switch spaces. Placing with George Russell moving up to fifth. Starting on grade 6th, and Lewis Hamilton, Alex Albon in 6th, starting in the fifth grade. I think the best place, the best movement we've had is Lewis Hamilton. Started 18th on the grid, and now 7th. So it's a possibility that he might actually finish P4 and above. Let's get his call first. Hello, colleague. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, this is Moses.
This is who?
Moses calling from South Road.
Okay, Moses, pass the word for us.
Yeah. Sorry, I want to ask, how much was your friend signed by Chelsea? Hello?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. How much did Chelsea sign your friend from?
45 million. 45 million pounds.
Although we need a little back then. Although Joafel is a good player, he's skillful, and he proves Joafel is good.
Okay, so it's 44.5 million, not 45 million pounds. So 44.5.
At least we did not lose now. I was saying. Joafel is a good player. I love him. When I had a chance once to sign him the second time, I was happy. But when it came to Chelsea, he got it. Guy is good, is skillful, but that strength does not have that strength in him. So him going to Al-Nassr, I know it's through the influence of the Oga
Hello, Moses. All right, look as he has come to liberate his people, Chelsea fans, saying that 48 million is actually good. They don't lose. They bought the man 44.5 million. So, with all the loans, they've loaned him out to Milan, they've loaned him out to Atletico Madrid back and all. Yeah, they've made more money this season.
Because the loan fees that these clubs have paid, AC Milan and Co have paid, it is going to Chelsea's pocket and then coming out for the Saudi Pro League to come out, Al Hilal to come out to start paying that amount. I think in excess of 45 million pounds plus, or 48 million plus. No, 45 million plus. The rest are add-on. I think it's good profit for Chelsea. So for me, they shouldn't even blink an eye. They just need to take the deal.
All right, just take the deal, and let's continue from what the grid is looking like before I hand over the mic to Osas, the demigod. Yes, in P8 is Liam Lawson for Racing Bulls. In P9 is Gabriel Botelletto. 10th, we've got Pierre Gasly. 11th, Yuki Tsunoda. He has started again. Man started in P7 and now he has dropped over to 11. So he's out of the points. But still possible that maybe he can squeeze in and finish 10th. Oliver Bierman, it's 12th. Lance Stroll from P16 to P13. Nico Hülkenberg, 14th. He keeps that 14th. He's at Esteban Ocon, 15th. Kimi Antonelli, 16th. Fernando Alonso, 17th. Carlos Sainz, 18th. Colapinto, 19th. And the worst drop is Isaac Hajar, started in grid 8, and now he's dead last on the grid. 38 laps, few more to go, and Oscar Piastri might be getting the win if not other things do happen. But the phone lines are still open: 081 0951 0951 0701 933 9962. Osas, lots of happening is the transfer window and Manchester United. Okay, before Manchester United, Victor Gyökeres, he has finally called.
And that's now we finally win the.
And they will finally
English
win
Premier League and the
something.
Champions League.
I mean, then go finish third or fourth this season, sir.
So let's leave Benjamin. Nice Benjamin on. But Arsenal fans, they are excited. I'm sure you're excited for them too.
Yeah, very much excited for Arsenal fans at this point in time because if Arsenal could win, or did I say win? If Arsenal could win the next to the one who won the English Premier League twice without a prolific striker. Now they've got a prolific striker within their ranks. Who says they cannot win the English Premier League? I think Arsenal, the Gunners, are the most prepared team right now to win the English Premier League. Yes, because they've got players who are according to how well, let's say according to the coefficients on how you finish, I think Arsenal are the most prepared team. Yeah, because they've got players who have been around the corners of the first and second for longer time than anyone at this point. Then Victor Gyökeres is just like an icing on the cake, or call him the missing puzzle that brings about the complete jigsaw at this point. So it's, if Arsenal does not win the English Premier League title at least, then it's going to be the undoing, or I would say that will be the ingenuity of a certain Mikel Arteta. It's going to be all on Mikel Arteta. Yes, the blame, the whole fingers will be pointing at him at this point, because he has got all that it takes to deliver the English Premier League to Arsenal at this point. Are you looking for a striker? He's there. Are you looking for a backup striker? There is Kai Havertz. There is also Gabriel Jesus. Are you looking for those in the midfield? He has got a lot of hands right now in the midfield position for Arsenal. Call it the already standing ones there in Martin Odegaard, Declan Rice, and now new ones are coming in. Okay, there's also Mikel Merino. New ones are coming in Martin Zubimendi, that has been chased all through. Now he is here. Is it in the defense? Everyone is there. He has got a lot of players. So if injuries do not also undo him, I think at this point is clear and very, very visible that Mikel Arteta should be winning the English Premier League.
All right, we've also got Alex Kabari in the studio. He'll be joining, or he's part of the lineup for the next round, the next team. And we've got the Spa on our screens right now, and Oscar Piastri in pole position. He's on medium tires. Lando Norris on hard, Leclerc on medium. I think they're all on medium except for Sainz and Isaac Hajar with Lando Norris. The rest are on medium tires. They said it was going to be a rainy the weather forecast. It said it was going to be a rainy sprint. It was going to be a rainy qualifier. It was going to be a rainy race week, but no rain. It looks dry. No rains.
It's a clear case of God, man proposes, God disposes. So one thing we can't control is what's up there, which is the weather conditions. So yeah, that was the gaps, speculation.
The gaps between both teams are actually ridiculous. Look at Lando Norris and look at Charles Leclerc. The gap is 19 seconds. Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris and Piastri, the gap is 4 seconds. So Piastri has a big gap on him, unless he wants to pit now. No, if he pits
between himself and Charles Leclerc, even if he should pit, the gap will still be there. That's 19 seconds. I'm saying there.
No. I'm talking about Piastri and Lando
it's 4 seconds.
And Lando Norris.
They both belong to the same team.
Yeah, they both belong to the same. So that's the only thing. Unless these people are wicked and they say they want Lando Norris to get this win. But it's hopefully there in the Spa. If you're a F1 fan, you can call in and give us your thoughts. Who do you guys believe could end the season as a champion? 3 laps left. But I've got to give the mic over to Osas. But Alex, coming over to you now. What's your take on Manchester City? No, what has been your best transfer this season, and which team for you has made the right calls?
Best transfer has to be, I would say, Florian Wirtz, Liverpool. I feel like he's going to be a standout player. He's not going to be Liverpool's main man. He's not going to be their second main man, but he's going to grow into that role that prepares the club for the departure of Mohamed Salah and icons like Virgil van Dijk, and he's going to step in. So he's not going to be their leader. He's not going to be their point man or their main guy, but he is going to take on a very important role at Liverpool, and I think he'll be very crucial. So for now, I would still give that most exciting signing, and the one I'm looking forward to the most, to Florian Wirtz. I'm looking forward to seeing him play. But for the team, I'm definitely looking at Arsenal. I cannot put it past Arsenal at this point. I don't even think that even Liverpool themselves have a better squad than Arsenal right now. So that is just the feeling, and I've been saying it for a long time that all they needed was a striker to convert their chances. It's almost reminiscent of when City were hunting down the pair and all they needed was a Haaland. As soon as they got an in-the-box present striker, they won it all. So I'm backing Arsenal to win at least one or two major trophies this season. I am really backing it, and Arteta is doing all the right things, increasing depth size and squad in terms of injuries in later stages of the competition or of any season, during the season, sorry. So that he's doing well. Arsenal are doing well with their signings. I could say they need just one more signing on the wing as support for Martinelli. Maybe let go of a couple of the old heads. They've already let some of them go. The squad is looking fresh. They are looking revitalized. I cannot look past Arsenal at this point. If I am to say, maybe for the Premier League, if Arteta gets his head right, his selections, I am seeing Arsenal at least 30 to 40% probability and chances of winning the Premier League, which makes them, of course, huge favourites.
Okay, all right. That's talking about Arsenal at this point in time. We're still looking at what's happening with the foreign scene or the European scene when it has to do with football. Remember, the phone lines are still open for you to call in and air your views before we begin to switch things to look at what's happening from the Nigerian side of things. It was all celebrations yesterday, but we are definitely going to get into that particular one. But for now, let's continue taking your calls at 0810-9510951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. Hello, a very good evening to you. Welcome to the show. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good evening to you. Welcome.
My name is Daniel. I'm coming from River State.
Daniel from River State. What do you have for us?
Yeah, I just want to confirm the news that I heard.
Okay.
I heard that Madrid are offering Man City a kind of Wenger plus or Digo with £40 million for Rodri. Is that true?
What we know is that Real Madrid have got their eyes on Rodri. Nothing concrete for now. According to reports, they just want Rodri to get back or get into Madrid, that midfield, since they've got the exit of Luka Modric at this point. So, but nothing concrete here to talk about from that particular angle.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us via the phone lines as we look right now to switch things. And it is time for us to talk Nigerian football. But let me just take this call before then. Hello. Good evening to you. Welcome.
Hello. Good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah, this is Moses calling from South.
Moses, welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, talking of Arsenal and Gyökeres, I think from his record, from the guy's record in Sporting, that guy is a good striker. He's a very nice striker. As a Chelsea fan, I envy the guy. Although when he was in Championship, the guy did not meet up, so he was sent back. He and he proved itself. So he's back in the Premier League. And again, Arteta, as far as I'm concerned, he's under heavy pressure.
Okay.
If Arsenal did not win the Premier League, that man will be sent packing. Honestly,
I think he has done enough. What we need right now, what everyone needs right now, is Arsenal winning the English Premier League. So if he doesn't, with all that has been provided to him, then it's quite obvious that he needs to find another place to ply his trade.
Yeah, that means his tactics is not working. So he needs to lead if he did not win the league.
Okay.
And for Man U, this one, they want to sell all their wingers. Have they made
They've also got some wingers to go for. There is Brian Mbeumo. He does play from the wing. There is also Martin Cunha, who can also debutize from the left side.
Those ones are not enough now. Those ones, they are not a complete winger. Those ones, they're signing as a striker.
Okay.
So they need to look for a perfect replacement. It's not about. I know all those players they want to sell out is because all of them they have attitude problem. That's why they want to sell them. So I just wish them all the best of luck.
All right, definitely.
As for Joao Felix, my happiness is that thank God we are not selling him to Africa. Even though they would have priced us like 20. We are selling him to Saudi side. So at least we made more money for him.
All right. All right. Thank you so much for joining us via the phone lines there as we look to switch things right now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Let's get down to talk Nigerian football.
Thank you, sir. Very, very proud of you. The entire nation is proud of you. Thank you, sir. You lifted our spirit and Christ took the old generation, and we are all very, very happy. Thank you, sir. You'll be celebrated, and I congratulate all the coaches and the management of the team, including the ministers and the officials. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. President. Thank you, sir.
They thought it was over, but Niger girls know they fall. We rise, we fight, super Falcons, we ball. Down 2 goals, they counted us gone, but we came back like queens reborn. That's the fire, each agility dash. Eshagini sealed it with a flash. We know grief fall, we know they fear. Now super Falcons, Niger they here. We carry dreams, we know they tire. We set the pitch, we light the fire. We rise up, we play it on, all day long. From Lagos to Rabat, we wear the crown. The queens of Africa, hold it down. We shine, we take what's mine. Now we the rule, we the break the line.
Yes, yo, they are the Queens of Africa. You can call that Mission X done and dusted, or you call it the La Decima. At this point, as the Super Eagles have officially ruled the continent of Africa 10 times, 1994, 2000, 2002, 2004, 2006, 2010, 2014, 2016, 2018, and the 2024 edition of the Women's African Cup of Nations. Give it up for the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Officially, they are the country with the most continental trophies. 10 it is for the United States, and for China they share 9. And right now the Super Falcons are on the face of the global map. Celebrate the Super Falcons.
We know just play with boots and ball. We carry every girl with every call. From Liba down to Kano side. This victory they boast with pride.
Yes, from being 2 goals down at halftime to scoring 3 goals in the second half of that encounter, the Super Falcons did the impossible, beating the host nation Morocco in the 2024 Women's African Cup of Nations. What a performance! Full-time result was Nigeria 3, Morocco 2, and that victory earned Nigeria $1 million and a successful ending to a Mission X campaign that caught on the rounds the whole world like a wildfire. Captain Rashidat Ajibade was voted the player of the tournament, while goalkeeper Chiamaka Nnadozie won the goalkeeper of the tournament award. Coach Justin Madugo was named the coach of the tournament. That was how it all ended for the Super Falcons of Nigeria. And many persons looked at that and said, we actually don't know exactly how it all happened. Some persons said the Super Falcons decided to give the Moroccans some sort of false joy, giving them 2 goals to start, if you understand what I mean. They gave them 2 goals to start and came back to defeat them. It was all elation for that Moroccan side and everyone in Morocco, as they thought that for the first time they would have clinched the Women's African Cup of Nations title. But the Nigerian girl said, no, not this time, and they kept their words. They kept what they said, that will come back with the 10th title. What a beautiful way. The very first rebrand of the title came to Nigeria. I don't think there is any other female side deserving to lift that title except Nigeria. But it was a brilliant second half for the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Now it keeps me in between these 2 questions. Was it the brilliance of the coach, Justin Madugo, or was it just the players who decided to say, we're not letting go this particular time? By the way, there is Alex Kabari right here with me in the studio. Alex, how did you feel yesterday?
Oh, I felt very good. I saw 2-0. And like most Nigerians, I was like, oh, this is why I did not want to watch this final. But I did tune in for the second half, and I did believe that if we got a goal back before minutes 65-70, we were going to make the last few minutes of the game unbearable for Morocco. And we did just that. So they came out with the right attitude. But yes, good evening to you, Sas. Let's get ready to talk all about our Super Falcons and their mission next week.
All right. The Super Falcons is just what's in the air today. Every other team has to shut down. I've got some things to tell you, actually, coming from the MPFL. But for now, Super Falcons up there. I was so surprised this afternoon. I was searching things about the Super Eagles of Nigeria. But everything that came up in my face was Super Falcons, Super Falcons, Super Falcons, Super Falcons, and Super Falcons. And what we just let them have it. Let them have it. They I think they are the most successful Nigerian national team as it stands right now. Forget about the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Forget about the hype. It's all about the Super Falcons. And there is also Benjamin Mina doing a double right here with us, maybe trying to show the Super Falcons also that the men can run with that stamina. The Super Falcons did it from minute 1 till minute 90, running at full horsepower. But this is Benjamin Mina here also trying to see if he could talk with full horsepower. 1 p.m. and he is still here pushing and kicking. Benjamin, good evening to you. Welcome again.
Well, Osas, why wouldn't I push when I'm the topic of speculations in terms of the transfer market? Well,
how are you the topic of speculation?
I hear Man United are going for a certain Benjamin.
Benjamin, I will collect. I will collect my share from you.
I have decided that I don't want to play for Manchester United.
Okay, no problem.
I want to play for a team that would go for the trophy, and that's the Super Falcons.
Okay, don't worry.
And yesterday we actually did it. The mission X was accomplished. I was telling my household, we were discussing, and I said the final wouldn't have been a final if Nigeria just go there and then score 3 goals, 3-0, and win the final. I don't think it would have been a competitive final. But it has to be a competitive final, when excuse me, when the Falcons came back from 2 goals down, and there was life when Falcons scored that first goal.
All right.
So there was life there, and the stadium erupted, even if we had few fans there, and then the laser were all, in the stadium. I said it before the final that the Moroccans are going to use lasers, but it was as if, the truth is, what must be, must be. That's how it is. The Falcons show that they've dominated. There's a reason why they've dominated Africa, the continent of Africa, for a very long time, But for me, I think they need to start turning out this performance in the world stage. And if that has to happen, then everybody have a part to play, and everybody needs to start working immediately, because it's not just for the girls. I think they've done Nigeria proud. Our football administrators need to wake up and then start bringing in facilities and see how we can get to the next level. But Osas, I said it in the morning, their tendency is that the Falcons, it might not be these Falcons, it might not be the next one, but the Falcons will win the World Cup before the Super Eagles.
Okay, all right. That's the words of Benjamin Mina there. He has given a prophecy, or call it a word of knowledge. The Super Falcons would win. It might not be the set. It might not be the set coming after them, but it is quite sure from Benjamin's angle or side that the Super Falcons will win the FIFA Women's World Cup before the Super Eagles wins the FIFA Men's World Cup. But any of it, it's Nigeria that we celebrate. Whether they win, whether it is the Super Eagles, is definitely going to be Nigeria that we will be celebrating. But there's one lady that everyone is celebrating at this point in time. I saw something about her. I think I posted that on one of my social media handles, and it was that second goal scored yesterday by the Super Falcons of Nigeria. There was something that she did that we usually see with the greatest of all time when it has to do with football, that is Lionel Messi. She took a run at two defenders, and somewhere within the line, we had the Moroccan centre back, the one with the cover, the hijab over her head. She stretched out her leg, and what this lady did was just push the ball under the leg. And what happened was the two players who were coming from the Moroccan side had to clash themselves, and she took straight. And someone said, "Look at this. It is not Lionel Messi, it is Esther Okoronkwo." And so that name on the lips of every person right now is Esther Okoronkwo. What exactly did she do yesterday, and how brilliant was it? One goal, she scored the goal that got Nigeria back into it, and two assists to go for it.
Well, Osas, let me start from here. This is not even about yesterday. This was the very first AFCON game I watched. She came off the bench and assisted the third goal by Ihezwo against our opener against Botswana.
Botswana, yes, that's Botswana. Since then,
and I was like, it was not even about the assist, because that was a flick down from the head to a tap in. So I was like, who is this with this much energy? And she brought enough energy into.
And there's this flair about her.
There's a flair. There's energy. She marks. She presses so well. Now look at her goal contributions: 2 goals and 7 assists in a 6-game tournament. That is beyond special. So we are looking at something very special on our hands. We remember when Ajibade broke out and the whole hype around her. Everybody was like, "Oh no, she's very destined to go far." We could all see it. So I mean, she has definitely told that part and is even doing even much better. What a campaign she has had. Not starting in the first game, I think started from, was it the second or the
from
third
the second game,
and
against Botswana.
And then since then has always been very, very much involved. She has lit up the pitch every time she's been on it. And there's even been a lot of debates about whether or not she did deserve the award that went to Ajibade, which is the player of the tournament. So you could make a case for her. Although I would still say Ajibade edges her slightly, but you could make a case for her. And Okoronkwo has been fantastic.
A revelation.
She has been deadly from set piece. She has been a revelation from set piece. Everybody knows how her crosses are, and she tends to chip them into a deadly area. She sends them into an area where that allows everybody that is rushing onto the ball to just attack the ball. So that is all the team has been. I would say in terms of her contribution, they've been built to channel particularly our set pieces. I think she has 4 assists from set piece. She has 2 against Zambia. 2 free kicks against Zambia. She has 1 here. She has I think another one from, was it a corner like situation? Just set pieces alone. She has 3 open play assists. It is there is not much else to say other than she has won the hearts of many Nigerians. We could see everybody yesterday like, this is one wonderful player. And I think I saw lots and lots of interviews even before the final of her head coach in Toronto. She plays for Toronto FC, Canada. So he was
even
like,
the players.
Even the players. So he was like, no, that we have really missed her, which is why they all gather around to watch her, because they are rooting for her and they can't wait for her to come back in the best spirits possible. The best spirits possible meaning you bringing back the trophy with you. So, I mean, they are all ecstatic. They know her quality. She calls herself Cristiano Ronaldo. She idolizes him a whole lot.
I actually saw a clip of Esther Okoronkwo doing the ball tricks, and I was like, this is something that everybody needs to watch out
Yeah.
for. You hardly see ladies do these ball
those tricks,
tricks.
yeah.
Most likely, I think I've seen Barbara Banda do it at one point. Then most of the times it's the Spanish national team where you see ladies do these things. But Esther Okoronkwo was so good with the ball. She did the leg rollover that we usually see with players from Brazil and most likely Cristiano Ronaldo and the rest of them. She had an impeccable control of the ball, even in training there. In fact, the entire Super Eagles squad calls this young lady the most skillful. Yeah, she's one of the most skillful Super Falcons players. Do you think?
The most, Osas, she is the most
skillful Super Falcons player.
If you go through if you go through her social media, you know that's when you see more of this girl. She's skillful. She does the usual skills that most male footballers does, and most of them can't even do. She's that good, and it's the more reason why. I know we are not talking. We've not yet gotten to that angle. Yeah, but it's the more reason why I question Justin Madugu's tactics, because see, I keep right from the first game we played that we won 3-0. I was like, why keep this girl on the bench? This is your best player. See, the truth is, Rashidat Ajibade, that's the captain of the side, right? Might look like our best. She's been our best player for a while now. I think for the past few years, let's say 2 years. But the truth is, there's a new kid in the block. And when you got players like this, that's why I fault our coaches. Sometimes we are not tactically aware. Maybe it's because when you look at England, when you go to other club sides and national team, they've got a first team coach, they've got a head coach, and in most cases they've got a team manager. These are the players, because I believe football is evolving and one coach cannot see the potential of every player. That's what I believe, right? So you just need to look at this girl and see what she does. Just go to her club side and see what she can do. Go to her handle and see what she can do. And you look at the Super Falcons training. This girl is blessed with skills and technique. So I wonder why the coach keeping her on the bench.
All right.
She comes from the bench and proved that she can start games. She's better.
I think after the game against Botswana, he now had that faith in her where she had to start. She started against Zambia.
Yeah, she did.
I think she also started. She also started against South Africa. I think since that Zimbabwe game, she had now become.
I was actually referring to our opener. Our WAFCON opener. That was not Botswana. Botswana was the one.
Tunisia.
That's Tunisia. Yes, Tunisia. She didn't start. Yeah, she didn't start.
She came on.
That's what I'm saying.
Assisted the third goal.
Yes.
After that, he sort of took notes. And then she came on again against Botswana, and assisted
the winning goal. Then she now became a mainstay.
He became a pivotal player.
The truth is, it's high time we start looking at replacement for our players. You get the AG players. You look at the back line. Oshwala is how old? I'm not saying Oshwala should retire, but what I'm saying is, you need to. I like the way they are playing hard right now. You need to come to a place where the coach need to tell these girls, these players, see, I think if you must go to the tournament, you must agree that you're coming in as a bench player. You're going to be coming in from the second half. If the player agrees, then you tend to take the player. But I still question why Odega went to that tournament. Reason because we've got more of Esther Okoronkwo that we should have seen in this tournament. We didn't see because a certain Francisca Odega went to that competition.
All right.
And what was her use in the tournament? She played just one game, possibly injury. I think there was an injury scare in training against I think in the semi-final game and all that, which I know she wasn't going to play, she wasn't going to start and all that. See, the truth is, we've got many of this talent. What we need is a very technically built coach that can take us to where we are going to utilize this player. Now look at the Moroccan national team. They had the former Spanish coach on the bench, a world champion. Now look at how what's their name? How Morocco played.
That's Jorge
They were-
Vilda.
Yes, they were technically better than us in terms of how they passed the ball around.
Was that not in the first half?
Yeah, no. What killed them in the second half was the energy to continue. They couldn't sustain the energy, and that's what I'm saying. The coaches have roles to play. You need to look at how good and better coaches can come into these what's it called, this team. We've got the players, we've got the girls. These girls, see, the truth is their potential in the Super Falcons that we've not seen.
Okay,
trust me, we could get better if we've got a very tactical and technical coach.
Okay,
or technical crew. Let's put it that way.
Okay,
we could see better things. If a coach like Justin Madugu, even if he's the coach, you have to attribute a few things to him, right? If a coach like Justin Madugu could go to the tournament and concede just 3 goals, it shows a better coach could do more. You've got the best goalkeeper in Africa, the best goalkeeper in France.
Okay.
Yes, in Chiamaka Nnadozie. You've got.
She's no longer in France. She's in England now.
No, I'm
Brighton and
saying,
Hove
you know, I'm just saying she has not kicked the ball in Brighton, so we have to attribute her
what she has
stuff
done
to
Paris
Paris
FC in
yes.
France. Yeah.
Now, you look at the second goal, the way we consider, she was angry. And Ohaleo Sinachi, how old is she? She's
32.
Yeah, she's in her 30s. So we need to start bringing players up to take over from them. I'm not saying they should retire, but so that when their time phase out,
there'll be that smooth transition.
Now, Onome played until she's 41 or 40 before she retired from the Super Falcons. Even when Alex cannot carry her.
Okay.
Because the coaches do not believe in the next gen. Right? So I feel we need to start believing in them, getting more of this Esther Okoronkwo into the team.
Okay.
Yeah. So the only thing I think the Super Falcon lacks is a very technical and tactical bench in terms of coaching.
Okay, but
if we get that right, we are good to go.
But now we're not looking at fine. Before we basically start to criticize, and we're going to be having that part where we'll look clearly to see if Justin Madugu is the man to take this team ahead. But in as much as we want to give him the sticks, we should also give him his flowers. Yeah, because he has been able to most likely get to this point with minimal losses, not even any loss.
Unbeaten.
He has not. He was unbeaten even right from his time taking over the reins right there for the Super Falcons. He has still remained unbeaten and has been able to go through. And there's one thing I want to ask you guys right here. We saw this team through the 2024 WAFCON. From the group stage down to winning it yesterday. We've seen all the changes that he has made. Is there any of it that we will be faulting Justin Madugu? First of all, before we look at that and answer that question, we are talking about one particular lady, Esther Okoronkwo, yesterday. But we are forgetting, her shine has taken away the attention from many others. She was in that very first half of that game, and it looked like Esther Okoronkwo wasn't really connecting in the very first half of that game. She was really caught out of the rest up front there. Yes, but what happened in the second half that brought Esther Okoronkwo into the game so much that she was able to dictate exactly what happened, or the pace and exactly the tempo of that game yesterday? We saw 2 changes from the man Justin Madugu. We saw a certain Jennifer Echiegini coming into the fray yesterday. We also saw the input of Babajide Rinsola. The last time we saw her was in the game against Tunisia, where the Super Falcons defeated Tunisia by 3-0. She had an assist, she had a goal in that particular encounter, and since then she was taken back to the bench. Yeah, but yesterday she came in, and together with Jennifer Echiegini, we started seeing some Nigeria. The Super Falcons lost the midfield in the first half.
Yeah.
But in that second half, with the entrance of Echiegini and the brilliance of Rinsola towards the flanks,
Nigeria started making use of the left-hand side, and it freed up a lot of spaces for Ajibade on the right-hand side. So now, this is also a credit to Justin Madugo. I now bring us back to the question. Look at all the changes he made throughout the 2024 WAFCON. Yeah, I see the guys looking at the screen, and on our screen, on our screens right now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the finals of the Euros, the women's Euros right there in Europe. It is the three Lionesses of England up against the, will I call them the female La Roja of Spain. It's the finals of it all. Two heavyweights right there, as the Spanish side were almost taking the lead. Or credits to a brilliant defense, and the ball being kept out by the English goalkeeper right there. But coming back to the Super Falcons of Nigeria, is there any way you could fault Justin Madugo for any of the changes that he made throughout this tournament? Let's look at it clearly and vividly. The changes he had made yesterday, he had the credits for making changes that turned that game around. The second half was totally different from what we saw in the first half. In the first half, the Super Falcons were not connecting, passes were not connecting. There were no very good transitions from the midfield to the attack. But the second half was totally different as we started seeing passes connected. We saw the wing backs come into the game. I'm talking about Ashley Plumter and Michela Lozier. They came into the game, assisted much with the wingers, and we could see distribution of passes from the midfield. Good transition. So how well can you grade Justin Madugo's changes throughout the tournament?
Well, definitely, like you said, Osas, I was about to highlight it even before the question came up. I think Benjamin has already done a very, very good job in explaining exactly how Madugo approached this final. And I would give him the credit of not just this final, but I think every game. Even while criticism went on in our opening win against Tunisia, the 3-0, where everybody were like, why are you taking off your important players at halftime, because we were 2 goals up.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of criticism. He showed from that particular instance that I want to not only test new legs.
All right.
We saw goal scorers.
Yeah.
Ihezuo, Okoronkwo, they came on to the pitch in that match. That game sets the blueprint. It set a blueprint that he had to follow. So as much as we've been giving him a lot of I would say a lot
The
of
sticks,
trouble,
yes.
we do have to cut him some slack, and we have to say, first of all, congrats to him, because his selections have been spot on. Yeah, we have to say his selections have been spot on. And not only has his selections been spot on, but he's selecting the right players at the right moment. Every person he has brought into the team sheet in the starting lineup, off the bench, they've had a role to play.
They've had a role to play.
You've seen how well they integrate with the team. We have to give him that.
Yeah.
Now, why we can say with our team, yes, we've just won this. Yes, we've shown that we have a fighting spirit, and obviously Nigeria has always had a fighting spirit. You cannot just come and beat us like that. No, we will definitely fight. We'll take a fight to you. So while we've always shown that, and we showed character in how we went about the win yesterday, at the same time we have no direct particular pattern of play.
Okay.
We understand that. That's the tactical sense that Benjamin was referring to when he said that we do not yet have a style we align with, which is why he does not think we are ready for let's say the world and global competitions yet. Which is why I think we still need to, like he did say, we still need just a couple of brushing up, and we would be because there's huge potential. So there's huge potential.
Huge one.
I do have to say that Madugo, I will give him the team selection.
Changes made.
Changes made, and in total how he sets up the team. He seems to be someone who doesn't talk too much, but he has managed to pull the girls together.
Okay.
I noticed that they are closer than ever. They are friends on and off the pitch.
Yeah.
They have an excellent relationship. All of this helps, especially when you're competing in a tournament you really want to win, and you don't have it's 6 games. It's not a league format. It's just a 6-game tournament. The girls need to gel. We spoke about how they've not played together enough before this, and how they've been skipping friendlies and have not played too many competitive games. But he went in there, We saw the girls come together. They did very well, even at 2-0 before walking off the pitch. We still maintained our status quo of coming together to pray and to talk and then walk back. That is something that we've always done. So we always see that spirit of togetherness.
Yeah.
He has brought those girls together. We have to give him that. We have to give him his team selection. We have to give him the kudos for who he throws on. But in terms of our tactical approach to a game, I don't want it to be a situation where I will go as far as to criticize our set piece abilities, because we are very good in that.
Okay.
So we do know that, okay, when it's time for a set piece routine, we have people we can throw forward and try and cause problems in the box. It doesn't even have to be from us. It could be an own goal. That's how much of a presence we are with aerial threats and set piece. It could be a very, very useful skill. We saw Arsenal use it a whole lot this past season. So as much as that is there, we also want to see us create play, have a dynamic approach to our attack, and to just, you don't have to be outstanding every day, but at least everybody can say you played well. You understand? There's a point I always say that even your efforts can be appreciated. They can look at it and say, yes, you did well. That's why all the Morocco fans, I think they will still cut their teams. Like they said, Morocco played well. They switched off, and then the Nigeria turned it around. So Madugu did well, but if I would not necessarily say we should get rid of him, like Benjamin says, we do need another coach to help him out with the tactical part of things.
All right.
It does not have to sit to just one man alone. Even Arsenal has a set piece coach. Arteta does not interfere. Nicolas Jovier handles everything about set pieces. Arteta says he does not even listen to their sessions. Once it's time for set piece, Nicolas Jovier will just come and direct the entire team, and they'll go ahead and do what they are meant to do. That he knows them better than him. So that is his area. That's his specialty. So you want to aim for the exact same thing when you want to go, especially since our target is the next World Cup, the upcoming World Cup. So Nigeria, we want to see them replicate this. We want to see them stand up to the giants of Europe and the world at large, and also put up a fight. Like I said, there is always a point where efforts will be appreciated, and if Nigeria can go and do that, well, it's about time we did that. Because even let's bring it back to the local scene. We've had success in the local scene, but everybody is always clamoring for international success. Our MPFL sides, we've not had any international success in recent years. So as much as you're doing it at home, we also want to start being a dominant figure globally. Globally. And like Benjamin said, well, it might not be long. We have serious potential in both sides, men and women. We have serious potential. We need to harness it. But kudos to Justin Madugu, and well, like we said, he needs to get himself a tactical analyst for that team.
All right.
Sorry we are taking too long on the Super Falcons game yesterday. But another thing is, I think when it comes to technicalities and how a club or a team, national team, tend to play, how they tend to play, I think it boils down to the NFF technical committee. So I believe before a club gets to appoint a manager, I'm not breaking how we play. You understand? Now looking at the Nigeria national teams, be it the Golden Eaglet, the Future Eagles, and all that, we don't have a playing pattern. And before the NFF technical committee interviews a coach, there needs to be a blueprint on how this coach gets to play. How do you want to play? Is it a Nigeria way where we like it from the wings? Or is it a fresh idea that you want to bring since football is evolving? Good. Now, it's not about just your CV, because I believe they look at more like the CV, what you've achieved, how many games you've won and all that. Yeah. But there needs to be a blueprint of how we play.
All right.
We need to get a playing pattern, and that boils down to the NFF technical committee led by Augustine Iguavoin. So you look at the national team, we don't have an identity anymore. This coach comes and say you play 4-4-2. This one comes and say you play 4-4-3-3. This one say 4-2-1, 4 do this, 4 this. there need to be a playing pattern so that when they are playing, when these players are playing, you know that yes, this is our identity. So when, in case that coach is leaving and you want to bring another coach, you bring a coach that have that same philosophy, that same pattern. It helps the development of the players, and it helps the coach in terms of results on the pitch and off the pitch. So I think the NFF committee are not really doing much. The NFF are not doing much. Now look at the Falcons, our national team. Do we even have where we train, where we call our home? No, we don't. Today we are at Gospel Akpabio International Stadium. Tomorrow, Remo Stars. Next tomorrow here. So this, they need to get a place where they train, need to get these facilities and then build these players so that in future we don't get to struggle. So for me, when I talk about the coach, I think the NFF needs to let him go for a refresher course and then possibly employ other hands to help him. The match analysts, technical, these match readers and all that. It helps. Look at, I'm not comparing Nigeria to Morocco, right? But I think you look at it, it's not be a bad thing if I compare Nigeria to Morocco because they're doing the right thing. Look at the coaches today. Now you look at the bench, you see his match readers. At some point when he wants to, share an idea, he goes to the bench, he calls, and then they show him the monitor. This is what you need. That's how it is. So for me, Nigeria needs to do more.
All right, Nigeria needs to
we need to conquer
more.
the world stage because at this point in time, we've conquered Africa.
All right, we have conquered Africa, and right now it is the global stage that we have our eyes on. So, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. I'll be bringing you into the conversation. The listeners out there, say something nice about the Super Falcons of Nigeria. We have looked at that game that took place yesterday, but before doing that, let me let you know that Nigeria's women footballers are the first in everything, almost everything, when it has to do with the African scene. The Super Falcons of Nigeria have aimed so many badges. First, they are the first team to produce the top scorer at the WAFCON, and that was Nkuru Okosieme in 1998. Also, the first team to produce the WAFCON player of the tournament, Perpetual Nkwocha. They still had one in the tournament that was just concluded yesterday, and that is Rashidat Ajibade. They are also the only team to successfully defend the WAFCON title. They did it in 1998 and 2000. That is 1998 and in 2000. Now we have won it in 2024. Let's look at the next one. If the Super Falcons will be able to defend it and do a double again. They are the only team to also reach the semi-finals in all previous 12 WAFCON edition. The most hat-trick scored in the WAFCON history, Perpetual Nkwocha in 2004, 2006, and twice in 2010. Asisa Toshola in 2016 and 2018. Only team also, the Super Falcons, the only team to lose a WAFCON, not to lose a WAFCON finals. They were almost losing yesterday, but that fighting spirit had to come through, and they made sure that they did not lose it. So we give it up for the Super Falcons of Nigeria. I'm opening up the phone lines right now to take your reaction. I mean the phone line to take your reaction, and I'm asking, say something nice about the Super Falcons of Nigeria. What can you say about them? Do you think that they are the team to go get us that revered trophy when it has to do with the global stage, or go this time and do it bigger and bigger on the global scenes? And for the coach, Justin Madugo, do you think that he has done enough to see himself remain as the Super Falcons coach going forward? Or do you think a change should be made when it has to do with the technical crew right there for the Super Falcons of Nigeria? 0810-9510951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. You saw the game yesterday, coming from 2 goals down to defeat the Atlas Lionesses of Morocco right at their backyard. We thought it was almost done and dusted for the Super Falcons. Maybe the best they could get was the silver medal, but the girls came through. They turned things around. They made sure that they kept the hope alive, and they did win it. They came back with a trophy, and here it is, Nigeria, the 2024 WAFCON women's finalists and winners. 0810-9510951. Hello, caller. Good evening to you. Welcome. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, keep the calls coming in. 0810-9510-951. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
I greet the guys in the house.
We greet you too.
Man.
Name and
try
location
yesterday-
first of all.
Kabalo Bari. calling from
Kabalo
Roma
Bari,
Push.
welcome.
Since yesterday, since last night, I know feel
You
myself
you
because
actually
of
told
the-
us yesterday that you were not going to eat so that you
the
could
match finish.
yes, and
that
it
is
paid
what I
off. It
told.
paid off. It paid off. Congrats.
Yes, because I know say if only we think we do make Nigeria not carry any work from say make them no reach final because that one our bet right.
Okay.
Then for the coach, from the starting of the tournament, I've been given 2 points. I've been given 2 over 10%. My work we do.
Okay.
But me I could say make them leave them more, make them at least make them try them again because when we boom and been there, now number 4 now we finish.
Okay. That's the
So,
point.
Yes, now number 4 we finish when we boom and been there. So this is why they say you know get tactics to tactics. Now the tactics we no get, I don't win us this tournament. So for me, I would say at least, even though they want to say they don't want to give them at least, make them give them a year.
Okay.
Make
Okay.
it there for to compensate them for waiting he don't do.
All right.
Then for the guests, I'm so much in love with them,
Mm.
and I thank God the farewell way they give my Lolo for Nigeria, for Africa because me they call him Lolo or Sisat.
Okay.
Yes, I thank the girls so much.
All right.
because I'm so much happy.
All right. Thank you so much, Kabalo Bari, for joining us via the phone lines. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Good evening, guys.
Yeah, Simon, please could you turn down the volume on your listening device?
I've already done it.
All right. Welcome. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I'll say the very big congrats to all Nigeria, Super Falcons, the coach, and myself.
And yourself also. Okay.
And myself.
Okay.
For the team performance at this tournament.
All right.
Now, the second one, he made the team to be a free scoring team. I think they were near all goal scorers. They ended up in 2 goals. Yeah?
Yes.
But Morocco scored 5 goals, but it's no.
Mm.
So it means that we don't have a particular person to defend. If this person fails to score, the team will not score. It's a credit to the coach. Then the third one, the specificities that we are talking about now. It takes a good coach inside the training to train the girl or the player, to find out the quality people have as an individual.
Okay.
It is from that training that he find out all these things. They know how to set in team. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
They know how to set in team now to get the results. And this. That is the third one. The fourth one. She did not win this tournament. She won a world cup, a world champion. Because that coach in the World Cup, he won. Even when he coached, he was 2 goals down. And the coach that coached the World Cup team was 2 goals up. And they know that the coach was coaching a very minor team. Morocco is still a great team in Africa. But this man still won this match. It is not an easy and it's not a coach when you are 2 goals down. And then that kind of coach, that will say come back, no matter the kind of quality that you have. Then the fourth one, the tactical move of this coach. We don't know about tactical. In a son, I noticed something. In a first half, you didn't know that we possess the ball more than Morocco when they shot.
Yes.
We are Morocco, we are 40 something.
Yeah, we did.
And I noticed at that time, their position counted on their passing at the back. For me, I can't passing at the back as nothing in football.
Okay.
The one that I counted as something, the one that you pass and enter your opponent, break opponent and do this thing. When you came to that second half, he changed everything. You'll be asking yourself, is it the same player that played the first half playing the second half? Then the fifth one, his substitution from the beginning, even against Zambia, because he took Zambia on our way. We thought that Zambia that were just that poor like that. We were not that poor. It was because of his approach, his formation, and the time he used in that game that demoralized and killed Zambia, scattered Zambia
All
out
right.
of the tournament. Yesterday, as we do that substitute, everything about the team changed.
All
Then
right.
the fifth one, the right selection of players, combination of players matters a lot. It can have materials without knowing the right person that you put at the right time. The other one, he learned from each game that he played. He
Okay.
learned from each game that he played.
All
Then
right.
the last one that I want to say, yes, I want them to employ some coaches from not only ahead of it.
Okay.
People that will work under me, that will take care of some mistakes that they are making.
All right.
Yes, I want to employ some people, not for the one to go to their head worker. The one to just get the department that includes the training. That's
Okay.
what I want the general manager to supersede the team. And for now, let us give this man credit that he deserves.
Okay.
And support him. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Simon, for your reactions there. Hello. Good evening.
Hello.
Yes. Name, location.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Precious from Port Harcourt.
Precious, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Okay, I really like what the guys did yesterday. They really impressed me in the match. They really impressed me.
Precious, are you there? All right. We lost Precious there. Hello. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome. Name, location.
My name is Peter from Port Harcourt.
Again, your name?
I'm happy that the Super Eagles won. If not, government will carry the problem. You see, that's what I just said in another sister station. We are good sports people. Do you know why? Everybody's talking now, and we are happy. Look at this WAFCON. They have played it 13 times. They have won 10. But each of the tournament that you win will be let loose. Oh, NFF is it. Oh, this is happening. Oh, this one doesn't know how to do it. But today, I don't think anything changed in NFF after that. I do hear that in their semi-final, they did not see training basis. Yet they have won. But if peradventure they did not win, you see where people will be criticizing heaven and I keep telling people when it comes to football in Africa, Nigeria is a powerhouse.
Okay.
Like Cameroon, even at the men's level. No other country, Egypt, all of them mentioned that have gone to work on more than Nigeria. After Cameroon, Nigeria second.
Okay.
And yet we still have all this administration they talk about in our administration and all that. Let us begin to appreciate what we have. Nobody has it all. All the
right.
people from Morocco that has, South Africa that has all those we talk about. Well, they perform. Look at the home-based coach now. Perhaps if you did not win, I don't know, bring foreign man, bring foreign coach and all that. In Nigeria has equal West South for Nigerians. The for a walk up. So what do we need to know that to understand that we need to encourage ourselves as a people. After all, no coach has won the senior, a foreign coach has not won any senior walk up.
Okay.
So why can't we encourage our people?
All right.
Our people, let's correct ourselves and let our fans be patient. Know that football is, you can win today, you lose someday, but it does not need to begin to decide and begin to so I think
hello.
Let us support them.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much there for your contribution there, as he stated that we need to support our own even more than we are doing right now. And it's quite obvious. 2013, it was an indigenous coach in Stephen Keshi who was able to get the African Cup of Nations for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And since then, it's not been, it has not been replicated. Now we've got Justin Madugo doing the same thing with the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Hello, good evening to you. Welcome.
Hello.
Yes, name, location, and submission.
Is that Today FM?
Yes, it is. What's your name?
Yeah, please. I would like to make a submission.
Your name, first of all.
My name is Michael. I'm
Michael
from School Road.
All right, welcome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. With regards to what transpired yesterday, the coach did very well because we actually won. Because if we didn't win, they would have been calling for his head. Right now, man won, so we have to give him his flowers. After all, before this time, it was a white man that was taking the
yes,
and he did not win any AFCON title. So we should praise this. Nigerians are fond of not praising,
our own.
This man did very well. He's our own. But the only blunder I saw him commit yesterday was that started with Oshoala.
So the absence of Oshala in the first half made sure that we did not have that fear factor. So the Moroccans were coming at us.
Okay.
And that was the reason why they got the 2 goals in the first half. Although the goals were gifted to them by our defenders.
Defensive errors, yes.
Yes. We lost concentration in the first half. Maybe we underrating them for being casual. But I feel that if Oshola has been there, the Moroccans would have been very cautious on how they attacked Nigeria
Okay.
in the first half. But because she was not there, they attacked us all through and they got 2 goals. So we had to work very hard to get those 3 goals. But all the same, I feel that coach should remain there. He's a very good coach.
All right.
As long as African football is concerned in the female area, I think we need Nigerian coaches.
Okay.
You saw what the Spanish coach of Morocco did. He has all the records on that 17, on that 20 senior World Cup, but he could not transfer it to African soil.
Okay.
African football is different from the world standard or European standard.
Okay.
So I really think that the coach did very well.
Okay.
And we should praise him. Just that what I noticed, that absence of Oshola in the first half. Yes, that just it took the fear factor. So they were not afraid of force in the first half.
All right.
But we just really thank God that in the end, we really had to get the victory.
All right.
So the man should stay.
Okay.
The man did very well.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
That's my opinion.
All right. Thank you so much for your opinion right there. Hello, caller. Good evening to you.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, welcome. Name, location.
I'm Aya from Igrita.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. My contribution is concerning the coach. Since it is our coach.
Okay.
If you look at maybe they may not, most of the things the coach might have requested, they might have not even had him. So, and yet he could be able to perform this. They should just allow him to continue, and every necessary assistance they need to give him to succeed, they should give it.
Give it to him, all right.
Instead of all these foreign coaches, we should try to build our own.
Okay.
If you even ask me, sir, I will even prepare our indigenous coach, most of these foreign coaches.
All right.
If we can have confidence on ourselves, the area we even want us to bring foreigners is even in the presidency to rule us because our leaders are not doing well. But in the football aspect, let us use our own. They who are there, they will not see their mistakes. They will be seeing those who are control, who are even doing better than them. Okay, see these people that perform well. They did not give them any national award though. People who did not even contribute majorly to the GC. These are the people that make the country proud. The nation should award them, give them something better. Thank you. That's my contribution.
All right. Thank you so much. Right there. Hilarious comments coming from him right there that what we need, where we need foreigners is in the presidency. really funny one right there. But it's still about the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Let me see what we've got from the WhatsApp platform before we head back to the phone lines. This one here says in football games, they do not change a winning team. The idea of questioning the pedigree of the coach is not making any sense to me. Is that you? Rather we play well and lose the game. Madugo should be allowed to do his job. All right, you did not drop your name right there, but that is your comment in support of Justin Madugo. Hello, good evening to you. Hello. Can you hear me? Good evening. All right. I think it's difficult for us to communicate right here. No thanks to the network situation at this point. But you can keep trying. You can keep calling, and let's see if it gets clearer for us to talk to you right here in the studio. Hello. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. I just want to let us contemplate or make some reasoning around what the second to the last caller called.
All right.
For me, my name is Christian anyway.
All right, Christian.
On the other hand, I think I want to praise the coach by even benching assistants. Look at drawing from the other previous tournament, she has never been herself.
Okay.
The many matches did she play in the tournament? Not much. But I don't. I think she only got one. Okoronko was like a hell of a ton of a flex there in the to the Moroccans.
Yeah.
If he put two of them now, he can use Assisat ahead of Okoronko. Except to play with big name. Okoronko is young, and I think he's still on the contribution made yesterday.
Okay.
Even Assisat did not our semi-final match. Did she? So even
that was against South Africa. Yes, she came in in the later stages of it.
Such a big name, and you know that for some time now she has not been herself. She has not been one of the best in Falcons. So it's not a matter of she has. In fact, if I think that I think the coach should be praised for even sports
keeping her back.
For keeping her on the bench.
All right.
There's a support. There's a way she can support it. It's not that she must play. For me, I think
Okay.
it's a good one.
All right.
Because if you check the total she played in this tournament, I don't think it's up to 90 minutes.
Okay.
But Nigeria's team won the tournament.
All right. All right, thank you so much for joining us from the phone lines right there. We're still looking at what's happening with the Super Falcons of Nigeria, but this one here says Ibrahim Gusal, that is the NFF president, hails the Super Falcons' triumph, and he says it will inspire the Super Eagles of Nigeria in their World Cup race. Quoting him, he says, "I am very happy because our girls rose from the dead, as they say, and fought to victory. This was an extraordinary performance. I congratulate them for their resilience, their doggedness, patriotism, and the blatant display of well-known Nigerian spirit." He went on to say that this victory and the spirit behind it will have positive implications for the men in their 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifying series. We have 4 more matches to turn the table against our opponents, and watching the Super Falcons tonight and how they turn this thing around underscores again the wise saying that in sports and in life it is never over until it is over. Ibrahim Gusau commended the awesome fighting spirit of the Falcons, applauding them for their impressive tally of 14 goals for and only 3 against, and virtuoso performance that aimed a clutch in individual awards. Yeah, that's what the chairman, or called president of the Nigerian Football Federation, has said, Ibrahim Gusau. So is this going to rub off on the Super Eagles of Nigeria? Because it's now a clear case. The Super Falcons have done it. Super Eagles, September, come and do your own at this point as it stands right now. Do you think it will have any impact on the Super Eagles of Nigeria when they take on the Bafana Bafana of South Africa? Good enough, the Super Falcons showed them how to beat South Africans by beating the Bayana clean and clear. So is it going to rub off on the Super Eagles of Nigeria when they take on the Bafana Bafana of South Africa as well as the Amavubis of Rwanda?
Well, some people would have said it is pressure, but I don't think it's pressure. I think it's motivation.
Okay.
They should draw enough motivation from what
The
our
girls
ladies
have
are
done.
doing, and they should replicate same. We all know that if all the appeals and the deduction of points goes through, that group has been thrown open into a mayhem with a couple of games left, and now you have what we will say a must-win game. Every Nigerian is going to be glued to their screens when that fixture away to South Africa comes up. So we have to draw motivation from this. We've seen a lot of players. I saw Trust Ekong congratulates them. I saw Victor Osimhen congratulate the ladies. So we already know what they are thinking. You just know that okay, there is. Well, you could put it this way, but we could say that yes, when it comes to football in Nigeria, our ladies are setting the standard. It's almost like in the USA, it's the women that sets the standard of football for US football. And if I think there was a statistic that said if you put a men's game and a women's game in the US national men's team, US women national team, that you'd have more attendees for the women's team than the men. That's how big of a deal it is. So we have to do acknowledge these girls that they are pace setters. They're doing wonderfully well. And as much as there's potential and quality in the men's side, we just need to borrow that leaf of I would not say luck, but I would say the ability to be clinical enough to finish your games. It's not even about scoring goals sometimes. Sometimes it's about seeing off a game. You scored. Okay, now how do you manage the rest of the game? You understand? Which is in times like that where we tend to switch off. So we can draw all the inspiration and motivation from this victory and channel it to at least a victory. Once you get a victory, then you, like they always say, you first think of one hurdle, then you get to the next one. So once we cross that first one, we will know how to go on. But yes, this is something that everybody is definitely looking at and thinking, why not? Like, why not? Because we are side, we are a good side, and we've just seen what they can do. So it's not pressure. It's definitely motivation.
All right, not pressure, definitely motivation. As we head back to the phone lines, Ibrahim Gusau, being the NFF president, has said that the Super Eagles will draw inspiration from what the Super Falcons did yesterday as they go on in their World Cup race. It's going to be September where the Super Eagles get back to action against the Bafana Bafana of South Africa and the Amavubis of Rwanda. Do you think that Ibrahim Gusau, being the president of the Nigerian Football Federation, has got a point here as he says that inspiration will be drawn from the Super Falcons by the Super Eagles as they get back into their FIFA 2026 World Cup qualification race right there? 0810-9510-951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. For the SMS and the WhatsApp platform, it is 0701-933-9962. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, Simon, call back.
All right, Simon, welcome. Ibrahim Gusau.
Yeah, well, what he said, well, Super Eagles can borrow from this.
Okay.
As it is the fighting spirit. Never say die.
Okay.
It is not yet over until it is over. Then what I just want to say, one of the callers talk about Assis Oshola. They cannot start Assis Oshola. What spoiled that first half is the midfield. Muruka collected the midfield. Our midfield collapsed.
Okay.
And that's why when he brought in a change and the other game, everything changed. When your midfield are working, I've been into football, it will affect every department. But when you have a collapsed midfield, it will also weak every department. That's why even both our defenders were shaking at that first half. So it will help the midfield. And that's why I gave the coach credit because he read them. And that's why when he effect that substitution, everything changed. And including one of the substitutes, which is a change of will score us. In fact, the golden goal that won of the competition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simon, for joining us right there. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome back. Yeah, welcome back.
Gusau say the men will take inspiration from the women. Which inspiration when they talk about now? Which inspiration when they talk about? Like you notice, say you get any work with those guys win those that particular tournament with them win. They know they do anything. Make you not go sit down. Say those guys they just take on themselves. Say they not go feel disgrace themselves. But those guys then play that ball based on say they never some of them never win AFCON. Now make and do all that thing with them do. So even they talk about South African match for the men, make him forget about that one. That match. I know say if Nigeria don't try, now draw away that match will end because all these our administrators, nothing that they do for our football. Girls, people know if you come out, enter field, struggle for themselves. When they don't, those guys don't try get glory, then one can carry the glory for themselves. That is why I know they want to make these guys win this tournament because I will not say all those men that will they where they sit down, they carry glory for suffering with those guys and suffer. I know like all these our administrators. Let them come out because now then they kill our football.
Okay.
The men now, the men now they don't see what these guys can do now. They know if you say okay, make we try harder, give them waiting they want so that our football will go well. Instead now they will go sit down, they do waiting they want to do now. They will say inspiration. Where is inspiration? Now only Nigeria will get inspiration and South Africa no get inspiration. Like make Guzo go sit down for corner back because all those in talk when they talk me, I don't even count them for anything.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, Akabilobari, for joining us from the phone lines right there. The phone line still remains open, 0810-9510. That's the number, 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. You can call in to air your thoughts as it stands right now. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. Yes, 0701-933-9962. As we are still looking at the Super Falcons of Nigeria, did the business yesterday, got so much of accolades, got the 10th trophy in the Women's African Cup of Nations title. And right now, the president of the Nigerian Football Federation is saying that the Super Eagles would draw inspiration from what the Super Falcons have done when they get set for their FIFA 2026 World Cup qualifiers, which will return in September against South Africa and against Rwanda. Do you think that Ibrahim Gusau has got a point right there, saying the Super Eagles of Nigeria will draw some sort of inspiration from what the Super Falcons of Nigeria has done? All right, I also promised us that I was going to go through what's happening in the Nigerian Premier Football League, as I'll do that quickly before we call it a wrap on the show. We've got about 10 minutes or so to still remain right here in the studio. So for the Nigerian Premier Football League, it's still preparations for the resumption of the league. A lot of teams are putting paper to work, putting talks to work also, as signings have been made both as coaches as well as players. For the coaches, Ikorodu City has got a new coach, and that is the Lebanese Ali Kandil. He joins the huge number of foreign coaches that have come into the MPFL to ply their trade. There had been the Helmet Tafun from Brazil, who did coach Hadland. Rafael Everton from Brazil also coached 3 MPFL teams. Emmanuel Lionel from France coached Canupilas. Maurice Korlman from Belgium coached 12 MPFL teams. Mika Lundstrom from Finland coached Lobby Stars at a particular point in time. And then now we have Ali Kandel from Lebanon coaching Ikorodu City. He's going to be the Ikorodu City coach for the incoming season. And the man that was at the helm of affairs for Ikorodu City, Bright Ozebagbe, is now the new technical advisor for Ikorodu City. And for this particular summer window, there have been numerous managerial changes. Ladamboso is now the coach of Barrow FC, as Spain have made it 2 against England. What a beautiful strike there, coming from the number 20 jersey for the Spanish team. All right, I saw that one there. I thought it was the game going on, but it's still 1-0. This is against Switzerland. It's a highlight. I saw the goal. I thought, okay, maybe they've made it 2. I didn't see that the Spanish team and English team have gone into the halftime break, but it's still 1-0 in favor of Spain right there in the finals of the Women's Euros. I was still talking about the MPFL. Ladamboso, now the coach of Barrow FC. Barrow FC are a new privately owned team coming into the MPFL from Kano State. So they've got Ladamboso, the very technically sound and experienced Ladamboso. He's going to be leading them come the 2025-2026 season. There's also Nuruddin Aweroro. He is the outgone coach of Ikorodu City. He is now the coach of Shooting Stars, and will take Shooting Stars through the new season. A man that in his 33 MPFL games, he had a 51% win rate, where he finished 4th in the MPFL season for 2024-2025 with Ikorodu City, and got to the semi-finals of the President's Federations Cup. So this time we're going to be seeing him in the colors of Shooting Stars. We have got Kabiru Dogo. He has moved to El Kanemi Warriors as the coach of the side. There's also Ivan Sogen as the coach of Kano Pillars. Shola Adegbun is now the coach of Plateau United, while Ali Kandel will be the coach of Ikorodu City. For Shooting Stars, they've also contracted former Ikorodu City football director, that is Toby Adekpoju. He is now the new football director in Shooting Stars. So he joins the Oluyole Warriors for the incoming season. Now let me bring you up to speed with some of the transfers in the Nigerian Premier Football League. Katsina United have announced the signing of a centre-back, Shegun Adekunle, from Kwara United. Remo Stars have also sealed a long-term deal with creative midfielder Haruna Hadi. He's currently with the Super Eagles B team right there as they look to get things rolling in the African Nations Championship called at Chan 2025. So the midfielder has advanced or extended his stay at Remo Stars with another 2 years. And for Rangers International, they've completed the signing of forward Steven Jessam from Doma United. El Kanemi Warriors also have announced the signing of 5 new players. The players include Ebuka Okoro from Kun Khalifat FC, the newly promoted Kun Khalifat FC. And they've also got Victor Ikechuku from Kun Khalifat FC also. Sadiq Mohammed from Nasara United will now join El Kanemi Warriors. Emmanuel Nwabufo from Heartland Football Club is now with El Kanemi Warriors, and Usman Audu from DMBFC completes the 5 players who have now joined El Kanemi Warriors. All right, for Eimba Football Club of Aba, we've got new faces in training as Christian Moluku has now joined the squad. There's also Chris Madaki, David Philip, Kelvin Ogunga, and Henry. They are now currently with Eimba and going through training right there. Still with Eimba, goalkeeper Abdullah Zali has left. Ani Ozuemena has also departed. Joseph Atule has departed. Somiari Alaibo, Divine Ukadike, Eze Pinto, Innocent Gabriel, and Imo Obot have all left Eimba Football Club of Aba. Then for Rivers United, there is a Divine Ukadike joining Rivers United, Annie Ozuemena joining Rivers United, and Eze Pinto also joining Rivers United. For Kanu Pillars, they've seen a returnee in Abdullahi Musa as he rejoins the club from Castina United. For Shooting Stars, Daddy Abdul Rahman has left Shooting Stars. And for Rangers, the exit door has been shown to Isaac Xavier as he has departed to move abroad. Then contract renewal for Evans Ogonda is on the table as he has signed a new deal to remain at the Enugu Bay side. For Nasara United, exit of Victor Collins, and he is also he has parted ways with Nasara United. For Remo Stars, they've got new signings in Leonard Ngenge as he joins from Ikorodu City. On international moves, we've seen Papa Daniels move out. Isaac Xavier has moved out also as they have sealed a deal away from the Nigerian Premier Football League. Then, before we call it a wrap, let me inform you also that the National Association of Nigerian Professional Footballers have written to Eimba Football Club of Aba demanding a payment of match bonuses to the players within Eimba. Remember, it was a back and forth between, I don't know if you call him a former Eimba striker, that is former Super Eagles forward and striker Brownie Deye, as there was that explosive revelation that the players right there in Eimba were paid 7,000 or 8,000, between 7,000 and 8,000 naira as match bonuses daily right there at Eimba. Now the National Association of Nigerian Professional Footballers have come out and written to Eimba. The statement is there. For time's sake, I won't be taking it, but they've come out to tell Eimba, pay the match bonuses to the players involved. But we came back like Queens Reborn. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the much we can take on the show this beautiful evening. It's been fun and amazing talking to you from this side of the divide. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for joining us also from the phone lines. Thank you to my colleagues who did this with me. I had Alex Kabari here and also Benjamin Mina. We're going to be back here tomorrow 6:30 a.m. for Sports Attack, where we bring you up to speed with everything that has happened through the weekend in the world of sports. Until then, remember, my name still remains Osasi Hiwin, and I'm saying stay lifted and stay blessed. Don't touch it. Leave it on Today 95.1 FM. Now we explode. They shout Morocco going, but we get spirit deep within. Nine Jano, they carry last. We turn the game around so fast. Penalty, not us. Come back, not plus. We they groove and we they pray. We know they give up halfway. Ayo. They shout Morocco going, but we get spirit deep within.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Queen Chima. Vice President Kashim Shettima would attend the second United Nations Food Systems Summit in Addis Ababa, the Ethiopian capital. Spokesman to Shettima, Stanley Nkwocha, stated that the summit would hold from July 27 to July 29. Already, the Vice President has departed Abuja for the East African country where he is representing Nigeria. The high-level summit, convened in collaboration with the governments of Ethiopia, Italy, and the United Nations, will bring together world leaders to assess progress since the inaugural 2021 edition and to chart pathways for building resilient, inclusive, and sustainable global food systems. Shettima is expected to join other heads of state and senior officials in discussions focused on transforming critical value chains, including an emphasis on the coffee industry as well as advancing Nigeria's ongoing food security and agricultural innovation agenda.